entrepreneurship intensity track, and the last one is venture establishment track. These are our industry mentors. We have got C.A. Salome Lobo, Mithun Bhat Kakunji. He was here at 7 o'clock. I met him. Then Arjun John D'Souza, who is a managing director of Alter Marketing Solution, who is focusing purely his business on digital marketing. Then Sachin Nayak. We have got Rupa Bhatt, Gaurav Kamath from Micro Degree, and Prashant Shanai, who is the director of Bangalore Tech Solutions. In fact, these mentors, industry mentors, they interact with our MBA students to train them to take their business forward. This is our strategy. We have got a team of experienced faculty and industry mentors. We start fostering innovative and entrepreneurial skills, develop business ideas, develop a viable business model, utilize collaborations and expertise from various people to launch the enterprises, and our goal is to see that our student becomes a successful entrepreneur. This is everything from my side. The intention of presenting this is that there are very many people who can become professors of practice, and you can also join us as industry mentors to take this program forward. Thank you for the support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Glenson Tony, the training officer at St. Joseph Engineering College. Aspirations in education. It is important that we match the aspiration both of the nation and of the students. And at SJEC, we believe in mentoring students to be industry leaders. And we've been, it's been years of hard work and to build this ecosystem that drives innovation on campus. SJEC has been one of the first institution in India to have the National Innovation and Startup Policy in place to support the student and faculty to actually go towards entrepreneurship. And we have seen the results of it. The magnanimous number of student startups and staff having their startups on the campus is the true testament to the implementation of the National Innovation and Student Policy. When we look at student startups, at the beginning, it's very important that they are mentored. They are mentored both on technology and on legal aspects. And that is exactly why we built and we have the state-of-the-art incubation center on campus that looks at building sustainable startups. So we provide students with space and mentorship both on technical and legal aspects. And the discussion on the fact that students lack skills that is required for the industry. The argument of academics versus industry requirement is always here to stay. In order to beat that, in order to ensure that our students are actually skilled, in order to ensure that our students indeed have experiential learning, with the support of Ministry of Education and AICTE, we built the unique Idea Lab on campus. You have an idea, walk up to us and walk away with the product is what we say. And over the last 2 years that Idea Lab has been functioning in the college, we have seen a huge transformation happening with our engineering students in the year 1 walking out with products that they dreamt of while they joined for engineering. And indeed, InnoVenture is a year-long process where our students are mentored right from ideation to product development to release of the product in the market. The selected set of students go through this entire cycle to experience in real time as what it takes to actually turn an idea into product. And SJEC has always believed that student clubs has an impeccable effect on the innovation journey. And we house 11 in-house clubs on campus. A few to mention. The SJEC racing clubs are always on the lead. We boast of our SJEC racing clubs designing, developing and manufacturing all-terrain vehicles, e-vehicles and such mobility vehicles on campus, participating in reputed national level championships and making it to the top. We've also seen terrible bunch of combat robotic enthusiasts who built this small club, which went on to make its name amongst the top 5 combat robot champions in the country. Their speciality lies not just in combat robot. They have come up with products that has actually made an impact to society. The inspection robot that they built for line inspection post the Kerala floods, the inspection robot that they built for AC duct and cleaning are something that I have to mention at this point. Also, we have the Automation and Robotics Club, which takes immense pride in presenting their automatic wheelchair for disabled, which happened to be in the grand finale of Smart India Hackathon in the last edition and was also incubated by Faraj. To drive the IT sector, we also have the reputed Google Student Developers Club, which is indeed giving our students a global outlook while also giving them an insight onto the most recent technologies. This January, our student lead was also identified by Google as one of the star performer in the country. Also leading the innovation on campus, especially on the IT segment, is Team Skeptics, that holds multiple workshops and seminars for our students. And we have hosted multiple hackathons in connection with industry through this club. And this Monday, we are also hosting a 36-hour hackathon in association with EG India. We would request and welcome all of you to join us in this innovation journey. Also, it's very important that our students are in the know of what is the industry requirements, for which professional memberships does come in handy. And that is why we have tied up with most reputed organizations that make predominant changes to our students professionally. And when we look at few of our student achievements, a bunch of students from our engineering multidisciplinary team that has been working on a technology-based solution for beekeepers have been inducted for the most prestigious TCS DISC cohort 2024. They are undergoing a 14 weeks boot camp with TCS. These are a few of our student teams and members who have made a mark at the national level in various events, and I'm not getting into the details of that. While we do promote innovation on campus, it is also important that we also look at the preparation of our students for enriching career. And that is where the SJEC Career Development Cell comes into picture. And we run the Specialized Campus to Corporate program, a 4-year segmented program for our students, which looks at ensuring that our students are the right mixture of knowledge, skill, and attitude, which dwells into different aspects of placement preparation. And we have also tied up with industry veterans to ensure that our students are prepared the best, be it for training, be it for assessment. We have big brands like Coursera, Wipro, Infosys, Springboard, CoCubes, and many such industry leaders who are helping to us in training our students and ensuring that they are prepared for enriching career. And all of these measures together has indeed helped us to place ourselves as one of the most best sought out destination for education. The last year's placement season that we closed very recently, we clocked 1,200 plus placement offers with over 175 plus companies visiting our campus. An impeccable journey indeed. As we close this presentation today, in terms of the innovation and the preparations that we do for our students, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our industry leaders who have taken taken confidence in us and in our students in helping us shape career of our young students. Thank you so much. And it's indeed a journey that we have begun. It's a long way to go because we believe that every day is a new story begin. And we are here to be a platform where great stories begin. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patient listening. Before I wind up, I would invite one of our students to Mr. Anupam to talk about his journey of innovation at SJEC campus. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So I got here on Wednesday morning because I met Vishwas 2 weeks ago, and just in like an hour's meeting, we got convinced that this can be India's startup festival. Primarily because I know the beach, I know the sea that Tanir Bavi is. I went to college in Suratkal, just up the road, so we know the beach. We grew up in the beach, right? So I said yes, we're going to come and be part of this event. And I got here on Wednesday because I thought I'll run the triathlon, and I'd never swum in the sea before. So I went twice, swum in the sea, and I was confident about it, but I couldn't make the triathlon. That's a long story. So first and foremost, I think to the organizers, Vishwas and Aditya, Karthik, and I've met so many of Arjun, Abhishek, Saujanya, Preksha. They put in a lot of effort to make this event, and I feel it can become the largest startup festival in India because of this beach and this environment that we've created. And so many young entrepreneurs in Bangalore. I'm from Udupi and I'm from the region as well. So the topic I've picked for today, I mean, and I don't know whether it's going to be boring or whatever. It's called, we all know about the 0 to 1 book and made famous by Peter Thiel. It's a book that encourages everybody to think, to go on to this journey of 0 to 1. Make something of yourself, make a startup and build something, right? And I've done that in the past. It's a great journey. And I think, given that I've gone through this journey with many roller coaster rides, I can be of help with anybody that wants to go on the 0 to 1 journey. I've already been on such journeys with many other young entrepreneurs. I love that journey because it's a roller coaster. It's amazing to be on that roller coaster the first time and learn life as an entrepreneur, right? Since the first time I sold my company, I've been on an opposite end journey, the 1 to 0 journey. Essentially, it's been a little bit of a spiritual awakening about what's the point of all this money and technology and progress and everything if our day-to-day life, the food we eat, our lifestyle, our minds being. I mean, if it's not peaceful, what's the point of all this? What is the point of all this technology and money if we are not taking care of our living, right? I mean, our core thing. This whole concept of a people's economy came up. I mean, it is an economy where all of us organize ourselves, and it is an economy of love and trust versus today's economy, which is primarily, I come from the banking industry, and I feel since 2008 especially, and before that as well, the banking industry and the consumer financing kind of an industry has been based primarily on fear and greed. It is about creating a race to nothing constantly. I mean, it's a it's a feeling that I've developed over this entire cycle of the last 25 years of liberalization and global expansion. I feel that we are moving away from our roots, and that I think this is the time, and Mangalore is the place. Mangala Devi being here, and I think the last 5 days have cemented this feeling in me that Mangaluru will be the place that will lead us into the new life, which is a life of local, which is a life of love, and life of all of us coming together, right? So it's the 1 to 0 journey, and the world's changing. There's no point in saying it's not, right? I mean, climate change is a large change. We've not even seen the start of it, I feel, right? So there is so many different things that are happening. It's becoming hotter. All that is standard. But as systems that our Bhumi has created over God knows how many millions of years are being destroyed or disturbed at very short periods of time, there is more and more change that is going to come faster and faster, not just for the change we are creating for ourselves, which is AI, and now with AI, further expansion in speeds. I feel and I felt, and I've got a full system I follow around the 1 to 0 journey, and it's not ever formed. You can't finish that journey, right? I mean, you'll always get pulled back into doing something which is something you desire. All of those pursuits will exist. 0 to 1 journeys will keep existing, but I think with the hyper change that's going on, in addition to science and technology, somebody yesterday, I think it was Naveen, mentioned that we also need to get into Indic wisdom, right? The wisdom of our land, right? The land has carried a lot of wisdom, and maybe there was a break somewhere in between for various reasons. Let's not get into that. Let's tap into the Indic wisdom, right? So I actually go a step further. To really understand Indic wisdom, you need to practice a little your form of spirituality, whatever it is, right? Whether it is going to temples or whether it's running triathlons, it doesn't matter. But I think practicing spirituality is, I think, a key part of scientific development going forward. And I think places like Bangalore can develop a new way, right? I mean, I call it the L-commerce way, which is love and trust in the economy. People call me a dreamer, but when other people, my own friends, say that AI is going to change or save us from climate change, I say, okay, you are dreaming now, right? I mean, there is no more technology we can do to reverse climate change. We can, maybe there are things we can do, but it's more in us, our association with the land, our association with the culture, which I think will be the future. And startups play a great role because we are changing the world, right? I mean, startups are all about changing the world. Why are we creating the same cookie cutter solutions that have potentially leading some other countries to other things? Why can't we think more local? Why can't we build solutions that are in context to our current situation as Indians in the 21st century, and build from Bangalore and build for the world? Let's solve our problems locally. So just a quick pitch for what I am doing here. This is part of building from places, building from local, right? So build from Mangaluru, build from Tumkuru, build from Mysuru, build from Sonbhadra district in Uttar Pradesh. Every location, if it's able to tap into its core culture, the people there, the aspirations of the people there, and start working on creating it as a destination for talented people to come and make it their life, right? Because you can only change a place when talented people come there and live there and make a life out of there and really care for what is being built, right? So if we have to do that, we need to focus on lifestyle, right? I mean, you can't say, I'll build a tech park for you and therefore come and recruit people. You have to ask the founders to come and live here. And each of these places need to be highlighted as places for people to come and live a better life than maybe the traffic in Bangalore and other things that is there, but also have good education, good social connections, pursuits of good things that you can do together in community, all of that. E-Samudai is essentially the network of people across India that want to localize, that want to create local communities and local value. Let's face it, all wealth is becoming digital, right? All more and more of the wealth. If you look at the last 25 years, the richest companies in the world are digital companies. Google, Microsoft, Apple, everybody, right? They are the richest companies in the world. So more and more of wealth creation is moving to the digital phase. So why do we have to now let that digital wealth creation be outside of our land? Let's create digital wealth in Bangalore, right? Bangalore coins, right? I mean, this is the time we can actually do currencies. We can create wealth that is rooted in Bangalore and stands for something that Bangalore really cares for. And that's part of the whole eSamudai program. We are a decentralization network. You might have heard of blockchain, which came about 15 years ago, and I've been a follower of that technology as well. But my problem with blockchain has been that you are very, very anti-establishment. Every one of them wants to change the world, but they don't want to be in the world while changing the world. They're staying outside somewhere and they're changing the world. God knows for what, most probably for money laundering and other things that is happening there. And I've met many of them and I've had these arguments with them saying, you have to be within the system to change the system. You have to be in here. And which is where eSamudai went away from blockchain into what is known as nested networks. So block is very square. Nest is very circular. It is something that holds, it's a circle that of trust. Chain is very unipolar. It drags you in a direction and maybe even binds you. Network is something that can expand with your thought, right? So the next version of blockchain, in my opinion, is Nest Networks. It's built already. My company has built it. It's already implemented on eSamudaya is built on a Nest network technology. There are other networks that we have built. Each one of them will have some purpose, some values, and each location will have its own nest, which will stand for the values of the community here in Bangalore and Udupi and other places. It can be a combination of commerce, finance, money creation, the rules for money creation and media all together and managed locally, and being as vibrant as we can make it right now. And it is very hard to construct nests because you know your nest, I don't know, and I don't want to know also because right. So what we are doing is we've created 3 nests right now. One nest is a district level nest, which is bringing together people like us who believe in the district, which believe in the location. The other is a artisanal nest, where we are coming and talking about the arts and crafts and cultures and celebrations of India. That is called Tyohar Forever, which is a celebration commerce network. And the last one, which answers your question, is called Change Pay. Change Pay is a nest per campus, which has got both the administrators like you as well as the students. And the students are the ones that are running the nest under your guidance. We are already live in 5 campuses, including my campus, Suratkal, which incubated the idea in 2017. And in MIT campus in Manipal, Presidency in Bangalore. So this is like, think of it as a digital nest for the students, run by the students and managed by the authorities. A lot of things are possible, peer-to-peer, innovations, connections with alumni, internships, a lot of things are possible. And we left it open source. People can innovate along with their professors and others, right? We've done a collaboration with the fishermen. So my classmate in school in Udupi is a guy called Shammi Malpe. His family used to run the port of Malpe, as they've been the traders in the port of Malpe for a long time. So a few months ago, he came to Bangalore and we were meeting in our favorite place and we were discussing. And they were talking about Captain Fresh, which is a company which is worth about $500 million, and so they were talking about it. They were ನಮ್ಮಿಂದನೇ ಮೀನ್ ತಗೋತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ 500 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮೀನ್ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದನೇ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಹೇಗಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು. So I said, boss, ade, I mean, that is what it is. The value is not in the fish, it's in the brand, it's in the technology that is powering the brand, right? That is how that is how value is going. Based on that meeting in the bar, they have gone and created a private limited company in Malpe called Malpe Meen, right? They've created a brand called Malpe Meen. They are now taking a store and putting the brand Malpe Meen, right? It's all physical. They've got trucks already running between Bangalore and Malpe. They will start supplying fish to the restaurants there. The app is coming up. App is a small part of it, but there's a store, there are trucks, there are fishermen, there are boats. All of that is connected in a cooperative fashion. I did not do anything, right?
Yes.
So they are doing it by themselves because they saw the value in doing it, right? And they're putting their own money to do it. And they're doing, last thing, ISRO heard about it and ISRO came and did a session. After 23 years, for the first time, ISRO came to Malpe. We just facilitated it. I mean, there's so much good in the world, it will happen like that. We just need to wish it, that's all. No, so which is where my work is important. We'll see. So if my work is not successful, then private players will overtake ONDC. And like in UPI, there's only Google and PhonePe and now Paytm. Also, ONDC will also be like that. My vision is there should be thousands and thousands of companies working on ONDC, and they should all be local companies. And they should not be technology founder-led companies. They should be real economy companies. We should not transfer power from local to technology companies, which is what we're doing right now. It should be local companies that are technology enabled. They are controlling the technology, right? So that is the idea. Yeah. But I'll come to what ONDC is. Yeah. So we have banks, right? So we have banks and we have Reserve Bank of India. You have your account with one bank and there's another bank you want to transfer money to. We created a protocol called UPI, which existed already. We had a payment system which was well oiled. We had a IMPS system, RTGS system, all of that. On top of that, UPI came, right? Now think about, instead of banks, think about any seller in the world, right? Anybody who's a seller. And on the other side, there is a buyer, right? So there is somebody who's a buyer. Now buyers can come into this. So for them to find each other and transfer whatever it is, they need a channel, which is ONDC. Just like for money, you are doing UPI. For buying and selling anything, including for hiring a plumber, for taking an admission in Amrita University, all of that, which is a commercial transaction, which attracts TDS, right, and GST, that goes through a channel, which is what the government is calling ONDC, right? By doing this, what will happen is the entire economy will be formalized, right? It will be formalized. When we do a trade, it is formally counted, and that will actually increase the GDP manifold, right? Because we have so many transactions which we are not putting out. Now there is a question of trust, right? So why will I do that? How do I trust this, and so on? Which is where ONDC has come up with an open network model, right? Each one of us will do our own thing and will share value with each other. It's an initiative from the government of India, but a lot of private players like me, like Paytm, like PhonePe, and so on are participating in this creation. My job is to go from small towns. I don't want this to be stuck in Bangalore, right? My job is to go to small towns and tell the startup world and tell regular business people that this time, don't lose your autonomy to technology companies. You control technology and become a technology company yourself. And this is for fisher people, for anybody, right? Farmer and so on. Instead of losing your autonomy to technology companies, you keep your autonomy, right? Which is my general slogan is Digital Swaraj. And I like to invoke Mahatma Gandhi a lot, right? So, I mean, and because I believe in it, and I designed a lot of these systems based on his thinking, but it is also, something that, is a way to explain what we are going through. I truly, truly believe that the internet is colonized, right? Just like India was colonized by the British army and the British administration, the internet is colonized, and the internet is being used against us, because the internet is essentially an attention grabbing kind of a machine which has already got AI in it. My job is to say that there is a way to use it for our benefit, right? I mean, and therefore the work we're doing with ONDC, with eSamudai, and overall, it's about localizing the digital ecosystem, and especially the data side. So I'll tell you why I jumped at the offer made by Vishwas and came here and spent the time. And then I'll talk to you about how Emerge can become. See, I think selling a location to startup founders is not about doing a 5-star May event and Technovanza and talking tech. All that is not the way to make it a attractive destination for startup founders. It is by selling the lifestyle of the place, right? Like a tourism destination, right? So, and I was looking for some sort of a collaboration. If I couldn't find the collaboration, I was going to try to do it myself, right? And then when Tapasya and Emerge came together, right? I mean, Tapasya is a lifestyle event. It is highlighting active lifestyle, active, there's swimming, there's, the marathon, the cycling, there's a food fest, there's cultural events, there's, sports events, and there is a startup event connected to it in some way. I definitely thought this is a winning formula, right? This is the winning formula because that is what we need to get people to come and start the conversations. Now this is the first attempt at this. So the Emerge part, and the name also I think is brilliant. The way we are coming out of a old way of thinking into a new way of thinking, right? So going forward, I feel we have to operate like a network. We can't try to do everything ourselves. So how do we now start to create networks of Emerge events across India in different district headquarter cities? How do we keep improving the format to make it more youth-centric and more lifestyle-centric, right? And local culture and all of that. So these, I think, we will evolve over time. So I think it can become a network of events, all talking about how a startup economy can be localized, right? So that I think is we should not try to do anything because we are trying to compete with somebody or replace somebody and so on. because the e-commerce players are doing a great job at getting things to your doorstep in less time and doing it really well, right? So I think with ONDC, what we are trying to do, forget ONDC, I think the broader decentralization movement, decentralization meaning there can be differentiated offerings in every location for every individual, down to the individual. For that to happen, first we need to create the infra, right? So obviously, everything I say is based on how things will go from here, participation and so on. So first, the infrastructure needs to be created, and that's not just software. That is people networks, understanding, common culture, common ways of creating trust, and so on, governance, and so on. That work has been going on with me for 4 years now, and with ONDC, I've joined ONDC. It's been 2 years with ONDC. And I feel we are more or less there, and it's a good balance. ONDC is a very centralized bureaucratic organization. My network is a completely desi, down to earth sort of a thing. So, and it's coming together. Now it's about adoption. Infrastructure creation is there. Adoption by people who are willing to build using this technology and using these concepts. If that goes through, fine. You can think about a society completely trust-based and multiple experiences that you could get. Think about you wanting to learn. There's a group of people that are committed to making you learn. You want to get fit. There's a group of people that are committed to getting you fit. And there's a group for everything, right? I mean, and this is like real, let's say, important people in your life, the way you're dealing with them. So yeah, it's a more organized, more, let's say, people-centric kind of life where you can focus on things that are most valuable to you, right? So the people's economy, I call it. I mean, and you can't really imagine it fully, right? It needs to happen. I think I'll stop, if that's okay. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
To start this event, we have a day filled with insightful discussions and valuable information.
So basically, we believe in 3 pillars: education, employability, and entrepreneurship. We work with around 500 plus hiring organizations to place our students, and we have got around 749 colleges across the state who are associated with us.
My creative career's objective is basically to uplift the skills of the students who are into the creative industry. Since we have a changed era, so we now have a lot of opportunities in creative platforms, as we all know. So we've got more than 1.5 million jobs in visual effects, 1 million jobs in gaming was also growing really big.
Today, it's important that apart from the coding career, which used to be at one time the most sought after career, with AI taking over a lot of that, creativity and natural intelligence is what will be required and most important. And that is where we said we need to promote. And since Image Tower is again now catching speed, it's important that we have enough people for the image industry itself. And that's where we said we will work along with JNFU. We will also work along with all the institutions, all the colleges, all the people who are in this field, so that we are able to create future Steven Spielbergs and Rajamoulis and Ashwini, etc., etc. from the tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities of this country.
The students from SV turns out to be a team leads rather than just an entry level students. But now the time has come that we definitely want the help from all the people. Arya knows about it, and JNFU, I'm the product from the same college. So I really want, when every brain together meets up, things can happen, and there's nothing impossible about it.
Parents are very much interested in traditional engineering courses only. Children are not encouraged to join this.
Thanks to Rajamouli Garu, through Eager, he made it a movie international. And a recent movie of Kalki has purely shown what an Indian story could be said to the world. Recently, 30th of April, the central government has announced 30% subsidies to the international production houses who are coming forward to produce their content in India. Either could be a service or co-production. That's a lot to India. That's where we see as a content developers where we can occupy the space. So next coming up era is going to be, everything is going to be media and entertainment. Of course, design plays a vital role.
We will be like a family on the creative platform. We will work one-on-one on every quarter or half yearly. We will have some sort of an seminar, get-togethers like this, discuss on the challenges and progression. Also, we will definitely take it forward, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I'm Shelly Kapoor, and I'm at the COVID Valedictory Tech Show organized by AIC CCMB. Today I have a very special guest on the Thought Leader Show, Shri Vijay Ranjan Singh ji, Chairman and Managing Director, SPMCIL. First of all, very, very welcome.
Thank you.
I wanted to know, you spent a considerable amount of time today, which was very kind of you to spend that considerable amount of time today talking to the senior leadership of AIC CCMB and the entire team, and they gave some of the wonderful presentations and updates and progress on the startups that are funded. I wanted to know, what are your initial impressions about the work that AIC CCMB is doing?
First of all, I must congratulate I'm grateful to my previous predecessors who have identified this program and funded them. Because with last maybe 15-20 years of my association with the different PSUs, I have never heard that any PSU or any government company is helping some startups and giving funding under the CSR to some incubation center. And the work done by, I was told that 8 were selected, out of which 6 has come to a really commendable level. And 2-3 products, what they showed to me, it was really, really very heartening and very, very satisfying for me that whatever money we thought, maybe we are not directly serving to the community, but through startups, we are bringing some huge change in the life of the people. For example, they showed that how that elderly people, their fall can be protected, and you can think about it, and it's just analogous to the car balloon. Absolutely. How it comes out. It's really very nice. It was very heartening to see, like that small kit for which you don't need any hi-fi machinery, AC room, huge investment, just 90,000 rupees kit and 30-20 rupees per test. It's really, really, really very good. And for that, I compliment the AIC team, CCMB, and all the persons, people like you who mentored them, and all the team, frankly speaking, who are directly or indirectly involved in doing away with their hurdles, whether it is regulatory or technical or financially or managerial issues.
Sir, so after knowing about these products and these startups, and you yourself said that you were impressed with some of the biotech products, where do you think is the youth of the country heading? Do you think we are almost on our way to make good, remarkable progress in the biotech startup and ready to take India to the next level? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Our India, we are not dearth of any talent. Only thing that who is going to identify and who is going to take them to a certain level. like our Honorable Prime Minister always say about the Vishwaguru. We are the youngest population and technical people in India, the people who are passing out from the engineering background or medicine background, biomedical background. I'm sure that if right environment, right support is given at the appropriate level, India can become a role model to the entire world. And this local solution, what we are following till date, the technology and the device developed by the developed country. Now we are developing and we are giving some disruptive technology and small intervention. With our modest just 2.36 crore, if we can help the 8 startup, and then if they can taste, they have done in their trial run only lakh people, 15 lakh, 20,000 kit, 2,000 kit. You just think that if we are just a mini Ratna company, we are having very less fund for this CSR. If some big companies can come and then if they can support, it can change the entire world.
Absolutely. It is
At least
almost
India.
the success story is similar to us landing on Mars with the kind of budget that we did.
Yeah, exactly.
Chandra, yeah. Wonderful. So, sir, continuing on the previous question and your thoughts, and wanting to ask you to expand on your thoughts for the last question, do you think India has gained visibility as the pharmacy of the world?
Yes. In my earlier instinct, I was working as a private secretary to Minister of Fertilizer, Chemical and Pharmaceuticals. Then I came to know that every 3 tablet is consumed by any human being in the world. 1 is produced in India.
1 out of every 3 is
Yes.
produced in India.
Produced in India. Whether it is a generic brand, mostly we are master in the generic medicine. So yes, we are the pharma of the world.
Wonderful. Spent considerable amount of time in your career, as a forest officer and, helping the tribal communities and all of that. And I'm sure that is how you picked up your love for photography during those tense. But it has come to my knowledge that you are a wildlife photography enthusiast and you have some amazing photo clicks to your credit. Please do share some insight with us on your love for wildlife.
Today, I may be a CMD of a security printing and minting company of the government
Country,
of India,
yeah.
of the country. But I started my career in a government setup as a forest officer.
Yes.
And I love nature, so as I wear my spectacles, I used to carry my camera. And I used to click photographs just for my satisfaction, because I thought that I was a privileged person. I worked in many national parks. Most of my time I have spent as a manager in the wildlife management area like National Park, Tiger Reserve, where people used to pay money just for 2 hours safari, maybe thousands of rupees.
Yeah.
So yes, I have not clicked great photograph, but whatever it comes to my eyes, I used to click. And yes, I had, but it is not because if I share and if I can showcase and I compete with the other photographers, it is not good on my part, because the privilege which I get as a forest officer visiting the interior, not in only the interiors, anytime. Your tourists come just for 2-3 hours in the morning, 2-3 hours in the evening in certain area. But I had the entire forest as my regulatory, as my protection duty. I used to travel. Yes, I click, but I can show you privately, but I don't publish it. I don't show it to the Facebook, and I'm not posted anywhere because I don't think that it is for that some publicity or thing. I do it for my satisfaction.
So is it just wildlife or other kind of photography?
No, landscape I had. I'm having around 140, 150 varieties of butterflies photographs.
Wonderful.
100 species of almost orchids, of wild orchids of Western Ghat. Apart from normal mammal, tiger, elephants, I have some rarest of rare photograph of otters, smooth-coated otters. So yes, I have, and some of them I lost in few years back, but still I have many.
I don't know if you know, but Ramji, after this interview, if we can interact, he is also a photography enthusiast. Every day he clicks photographs of butterflies and plants and all of that. I just wanted to connect you both on that.
And I started butterfly photograph on quest of my daughter. Ki Papa, ye butterfly aati kahan se hai? So one day I saw one butterfly laying egg on a leaf. That is the red Helen butterfly.
And you clicked that moment?
No, I clicked that moment. I put a net around it so that no predator can eat it. And finally, I photographed the entire life cycle of that butterfly.
Wow.
And I showed it to my daughter. And finally, when that butterfly came, I'm talking the history of maybe around 15, 16 years back. My daughter was just 3 years old. So when that butterfly come in the early morning out of the pupa, so I put it on a red, ki dekho beta, this is just like a clip. And that photograph I still cherish. So likewise, I do it for my satisfaction. I'm not a wildlife photographer. I'm not a technical expert. But yeah, I can compose. In my early days, I used to do painting and calligraphy. So I can compose good photographs that I can think. But if I am a very good wildlife photographer, I disagree.
I have also come to know that you also have very deep love for languages, linguistics.
No, it's not like that because I born in Jharkhand. So I know I born in Jharkhand, then I studied my up to schooling days and part of college life I spent in Ranchi. Then I shifted to Delhi. Then I was allotted to the Karnataka cadre. In Karnataka also Kannada was an alien language. Then I learned Kannada. Then I was posted in Bangalore and Coorg. There they use the different language like Kurgi and Tulu. Some part Konkani. So it's not that instead of avoiding it, cribbing it, I cannot control the external. Likewise, I told just few minutes before that things which are not under my control. If you can only converse with me in Kannada. I cannot control you and I cannot force you to learn Hindi or English. So it's better that it is in my control to learn Kannada. So I started learning. That's why I learned.
Wonderful. Great outlook.
No, it's not outlook. It's just a...
It's a very smart self-development to navigate your own way through life, right? I mean,
Yes.
I wish people were knew that becoming flexible and making yourself flex is actually a smart move for one's own self.
It is already invented. We don't... Of late, people stop reading books and other things.
Yeah.
If you read the Meditation of Marcus, I forgot that Greek philosopher, he has written already maybe 5,000, 6,000 years back. And you know that serenity principle of Bible. God give me power to change the things which I can change, except the things and wisdom to differentiate. So that's what, on that basis I'm telling you about learning this language only.
Right.
Or suppose many of my friends I know, they used to crib, how can you eat the South Indian food when you are going from North India? You wouldn't get chapati. But I'm a foodie and I love food, and I can tell you that each district of Karnataka is having different food, and I love it. Only thing is I'm a vegetarian, so except non-vegetarian I can eat, and I enjoy food. If you go to Vaishno Devi, you will search dosa there. It is my first-hand experience. If you search dosa, it will taste like your chole or rajma chawal. And once I ate one chole bhature in Udupi, it was a horrible experience. And then I learned कि जहाँ हो वैसे रहो. So ऐसे ही जहाँ का language अगर मुझे काम करना है, I cannot quit the service. It's better to learn. If I went to Delhi, if my surroundings are the Punjabi peoples, I learned. It's good now that you try to learn and you can interact more deeply with them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Hello viewers, I'm Shelly Kapoor and I'm currently at
the coveted valedictory tech showcase organized by AICCCMB. I have a very, very distinguished guest here, Dr. Vinay Nandikuri, who is the Director, CSIR, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. I always make mistake in pronouncing and the whole thing. So, very, very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
So, any thoughts after the morning roundtable session? That's how I would begin it.
Atal Incubation Center, AIC, what we call it, AICCCMB, actually has done a lot of work during COVID. And in that context, the morning roundtable discussion was about some of the work that they have done with the help of SPCIML. And this was part of their corporate social responsibility contributions to AICCCMB. Some startups have been supported through this particular program, and this has certainly benefited in terms of the way they were doing for the COVID, certainly contributed to how the COVID research or COVID diagnostics and other things were going on at the time. So roundtable discussion was to showcase what has been done during that times with the support that was provided, and to see if such programs can be taken forward in, not in terms of COVID anymore, but maybe other things, because startup culture in India is now really deep rooted. And last 5 years have changed the ecosystem in India. Thereby, I think what we have witnessed is acceleration of the startup system, startup culture during the COVID times. Now it is important for us to sustain. And such kind of roundtable discussions are our basically efforts to make sure that these startup ecosystem in India is sustained with the support of CSR funding and otherwise.
Tell me a little bit about CSIR first.
See, CSIR is an organization that was started in 1942, before independence. And since then, number of labs have been added to this. And at this point of time, there are 37 labs, CSIR labs across India. Hyderabad alone has 3 laboratories next to each other: IICT, CCMB, and NGRI. And so these labs work on varied aspects. So we have labs starting from road research all the way to deep molecular biology like we do. So we have labs in engineering. We have labs working on computer. We have aeronautics lab. We have a national physical laboratory. And then we have an NCL, which is chemical laboratory, and IICT. And then we have CCMB, which is molecular biology laboratory. And we have a drug research laboratory named CDRI. And we have another laboratory that is looking at genomics called IGIB, and a particular lab called Microbial Technology Lab, IMTech. And, there are IIIM, which is integrated medicine. So there are many labs across, and there are approximately 7 to 8 labs which are core working on biology aspects. In addition to that, there are many labs which peripherally also work on various biological aspects. So many labs of CSIR are contributing to biology research, engineering research, as well as research in chemistry, and interestingly, even road research.
Talk a little bit about road research.
Really not exactly my cup of tea.
Talk to me about the partnership or the synergy between CSIR and AICCCMB.
So CCMB is an organization that was set up way back in 1977, and it was basically became an institute in this campus in 1987, and it has grown over a period of time. But CCMB ventured into incubation domain through a grant coming from Niti Aayog, which is Atal Incubation Center. And that's when there is another building, which is approximately 2.5 kilometers from the main building, where we had given out 20,000 square foot of space for Atal Incubation Center activities. Since its inception, which was 6.5 years ago, AIC Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, has actually put out 110 startups. The 110 startups have gone through that place.
Nurtured or funded?
Nurtured, not funded, because they were sometimes coming with their own funding. Some were funded. And at this point of time, there are 30 odd startups working there in that space. We have physical space as well as we have space at times where we are actually, their virtual startups too there. So, but in general, it is a place where all the facilities that are necessary for doing good molecular biology research are available. So our startup is specific for molecular biology and, anything cell biology and other things, modern biology techniques, modern biotech biology, rather than for other fields. So it's not
rather than general healthcare or something.
It's basically for people who want to develop diagnostics, people who want to come up with better expression systems for for getting some proteins and things like that. So essentially something that has an industrial value. People who think they have a very interesting idea, they can incubate in our space and see how far that idea goes.
I'm going to ask some very layman terms so that I understand it and other laymen or women like me can understand it. If somebody wants to do drug development,
Drug development is a seriously challenging work. I'll tell you. Let's assume if I have a target, a protein, which is known to be important for a bacteria to survive. Now I want to do a drug development. It's not going to start there. What it starts with in silico, means in the computer. After the in silico, you have to screen a library of compounds that will whether they are going to stop that protein from functioning. I'm giving it in layman's language. I would have used the word inhibition otherwise. So stop the protein from functioning. So this is actually a more serious effort. And however, let's assume that somebody does this kind of a work in a laboratory. And after that, they have some kind of an interesting molecules, what we call as lead molecules. And from there, you have to decrease the concentration at which the lead molecule works in the context of stopping that protein from functioning in a test tube and inside the biological system, which is cell, a bacterial cell. And eventually, inside a system, when the bacteria, pathogenic bacteria, infects the concerned individual. We can't use individuals. We have to do it in mice and other things. So it's actually an involved process. And there are multiple phases in drug development. So, and it is certainly not something that can be done using the startup kind of a thing.
You need a much larger scale.
You need a much larger scale and you need much more involved processes, because considering the phases, it's not something that can be done
deeper processes,
easily. However, to a discovery level, one can do.
Wonderful. What do you think is India's future in the research and development in molecular biology?
If you really think about our molecular biology or the number of scientists India has or had, say in 90s to today, you will find a lot more productive scientists. Productive in terms of the quality of the science that is getting done in India is way better. And the number of institutes that are doing high-end quality research in India has also gone up pretty much drastically up because the number of institutes have opened. For example, now IISers, IITs, institutes like CCMB, NCBS, then you have IISc, TFR, so many institutes are, and IGIB. I've already counted around 8 CSR institutes, and there's so many in DBT. There are around 15 of them. So you consider all these things, the number of institutes has increased, which essentially means number of scientists working on various problems has gone up. So we are, in terms of basically looking and doing molecular biology research, there are many labs are doing it now. The second thing that has changed over a period of time is the technology. For example, prior to COVID, genome sequencing was not something that was routinely used in India. Now, COVID has changed that. So if you really think about it, now there are multiple companies which will do the genome sequencing for you with a cost maybe anywhere ranging for a human, anywhere ranging from 70 to 1 lakh.
And
They will-
genome tracing and all of that.
Yeah,
is
they can do,
kiosk at
yeah,
the
they can,
airport.
they are able to do many things. So in one sense, all these things are kind of, unfortunately, I shouldn't be saying this, but it's actually, pandemic has changed the ecosystem of how these kind of things are done. Okay. So now, given all these things are now already there. Okay. But what do we do next? I believe we are going towards a scenario where more and more utilization of these modern techniques is going to come into play both at a clinical end and of course in basic bio and in doing molecular biology in the laboratory end. So if maybe not right away, but it may not be very far where a human genome can be sequenced for maybe as little as 20,000. Maybe 30,000. See, this is actually going to happen. So would it change the way we are doing or we are treating things? Of course it will. Okay. Can we actually have a point of care diagnostics to find out what are you, like, let us say you have an infection. You go to the hospital. So we know where the infection is roughly. Let's say urinary tract. Can we just take that sample and find out whether the bacteria that is infecting you is resistant to how many antibiotics? Okay. So that changes the way you are getting treated. Right. So let's assume that, you go to a clinic and you think you have a suspected of a tuberculosis. Can we identify that whether you're realistically infected with tuberculosis? And if so, whether it is resistant to the existing drugs or not? If that will change the way you get treated. So the way that is one end, clinical end. And obviously these techniques are also going to change the way we address scientific problems because you have the ability to address scientific problems in higher depth.
Wonderful. Great. I will again want to ask this specifically because you've given me a lot of hope with your answer. How long or how far away India is with respect to emerging as a global leader in research and development in the molecular?
We have to actually look at multiple things. First thing is you have to simply look into the number of people working in a particular area as a research community. At this point of time, we are better than where we were, but we are certainly not comparable. Let's say a country of US, which is approximately a certain size, there are a lot more people working and doing laboratory work, in science. So this will happen, but as aspirations of the society are changing. So obviously everything will change and it depends a lot. Economy, aspirations, and the ecosystem together will determine how far we will go. I would say that it is a positive outlook right now, but only time will tell how far we can go to become something better than where we are and most probably become leaders.
Historically, we've seen a lot of our good brains, our good scientists used to migrate to other countries. We used to call it brain drain.
Yes.
Has there been a change in the trend?
I would say that continues to happen. It's not like we are completely, but for example, when I was a PhD student, so you would always think when you're done with your PhD, I was long ago, way back in 97, you straight away used to think now I have to go abroad for a postdoc. So many years, whether you come back to India or not is really a secondary issue. But almost everybody used to think that they have to go. Now I see that youngsters also think about starting the company in India. I see that they want to, some people stay back. They want to try out few things, which is happening, which wasn't happening earlier. So is it completely reversed? Not yet. Would it get reversed? Again, depends on how the ecosystem is changing in our country versus the opportunities and the money. In terms of the way they get paid there, they get paid here. Because one of the things that has certainly changed over a period of time is our own economy has really become much better. Okay. And the way the way people who are involved in any particular field, they're certainly getting much better,
support from the government.
Reputation in terms of many ways.
Right.
And all these things hopefully are going in the right direction. And if it sustains, let's see.
Yeah,
how it goes.
but we've certainly taken a big step in
We
that
are
direction.
going in a positive direction. We have to sustain these things.
What is the vision for CSIR?
Vision for CSIR is something a DG, Director General of CSR, will answer or can answer. I'm not the right person to answer as far as vision for CSR is concerned. What I can talk about is vision for CCMB.
Okay.
And I would limit myself to vision for CCMB.
Sure.
So CCMB is a fantastic molecular biology institute and is doing cutting edge science. If we really have to, obviously we have to address both ends, societal problems as well as important basic biological questions. And my own belief is that basic biological questions are as important as the societally important questions. And I believe that CCMB is in the right place to contribute to both ends. And we will continue to strive to do cutting edge basic biology within this organization, as well as use all the modern techniques also to address some of the societal questions. And, eventually we should be able to contribute both ways. In fact, in our history, in terms of CCMB history also, this has been the motto and we've been quite good at it. Because DNA fingerprinting, for example, came out of our basic research, but eventually, Dr. Lalji Singh developed the probes for his work, which were eventually used for DNA fingerprinting, and we were the third country in the world to do so. So it is one of the really considered one of the scientifically good breakthroughs. And same way, we have worked on conserving the endangered species, and we worked on coming up with the improved Samba Masuri rice, and we even worked on things like sickle cell anemia. And these are societal important issues, right? And we worked a lot on COVID and during COVID. So I believe as an institute, we have both ends are important, and we are planning to look at both ends. We want to work on rare genetic disorders. We want to work on infectious diseases, and we will want to still continue to do high-end, high-quality basic research that will give mechanistic insights into how things happen in model systems.
So I should take these are the milestones that you have ahead.
This is what we are, and I would like this to become and continue to be what we would be. But what I'm hoping is to do it better. So doing anything better requires people with that level of dedication coming into do research in CCMB. And so we take these parts very seriously.
What are the areas or projects that you are contemplating on collaborating with AIC CCMB on?
For example, with the AIC CCMB, we have already collaborated and we'll continue to collaborate. One of the things which we can very clearly say is mRNA vaccine. So mRNA vaccine was obviously developed by Moderna and Pfizer around that time. When we started looking into, COVID time, we worked with the AIC, closely with the AIC to actually replicate the technology. I'm not saying novel. So replicate the technology within AIC and CCMB in collaboration. And so this is now going to be used. Now, for example, AIC CCMB is actually coming up with better, lipid particles, lipid particles for packaging and other things. So we can use that as one project for collaboration. There will be others. Right now, just a while ago, we were having a discussion on wildlife, with respect to something called diagnostics for determining what is the quality of a shawl and other things. So there are many other projects. We have already collaborated with AIC CCMB in a few projects, and we'll continue to collaborate. In fact, one of the other things that we have done with the AIC CCMB is decreasing the cost of diagnostics during COVID time. So projects will come up for us. It presents an opportunity to work with them. And we will work whenever there is an appropriate opportunity. Over and above, 4 of our students are currently incubating in AIC CCMB. That's what we want. See, our students know that there is a place where they can test out their ideas. Our students, CCMB students. So these are the things where having in Atal Incubation Center and having, CEO and COO of AIC having a close contact or interactions with our people helps.
Wonderful. Any message that you would like to give to not just the viewers, but the whole startup ecosystem in general, and specifically in the biotech or microbiology sector? So that's a loaded question, but yeah.
If I have to say something to anybody who's working on whether it is startup or a good laboratory or anything, I would say focus on the quality. That's one aspect. And, quality is what takes you far. Not something simply, doing something and trying to, do something fast is not necessary. Focus on attention to detail, quality, and retaining the right kind of manpower for doing the work. If we can actually, because I personally believe, and this is actually any institute or any company is as good as the people who are working in that company, right? If you can retain the talented people in your fold, you'll do better.
Tie them with a vision, make them believe in the vision.
As I said, retain, but you have to retain them in many ways. You have to excite them at times. Maybe you will have to retain in different ways. But basic idea is attention to detail, focus on the quality, and try to keep the right kind of manpower working on your projects. Things will be different.
Thank you so much. Anything else from your end, sir?
No, that's about all I had to say. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Again, this is Shelly Kapoor with Dr. Vinay Nandipuri, and thank you for watching.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
From Biome, what we do is we partner with exceptional entrepreneurs such as you, and we help build businesses and invest in them. Special congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to communicate biotech to a bunch of people that might not necessarily be biotech investors, and I think everyone put in a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Very warm welcome to all of you all, and everyone please applaud and encourage them to come for more events like this. Okay, so this is Cafe Mandala Propel. Why Cafe Mandala? All of you know that this is our flagship event, and we are very happy that this time we are going to be putting wind beneath your wings. Okay, so that is why Propel. We are hoping that the VCs are going to give you the much needed propellant. So with that, I'm just going to ask Dr. Ramji to come and introduce what this event is going to be about.
Welcome you all. As Ritika defined the program, Cafe Mandala is our knowledge sharing platform. We do often monthly once and all, but why can't we do it something very different? Because biotech space and the word biotech, sometimes people don't get much excited. Sorry to say biotech guys, but myself also into the stream. And we want to make it something sound this way, to come to this part of the city, to engage with people who are actually looking into the technologies, especially in the deep technologies. So why can't we use this Cafe Mandala platform to bring all the startups who can pitch, or even some of them not even pitching, but listening to the pitches, so that they'll be ready for the next time. And of course, in front of some of the enablers, some of the angels and VCs that we have. So in that sense, the major objective of this today's event is to see some of those 10-12 pitches that we have, how best we can help. So it's not primarily to crack the deals just like Renika or other Shark Tank guys do on the spot checks. Renika's here, but otherwise, they may tell in their slides about their valuation. Don't get scared. You don't get scared. But generally, investors, they listen. But the numbers, whatever they present, also just observe and guide them, give genuine feedback and great comments from your side. And also, whatever the numbers that they mention, maybe part of the numbers can be looked exciting for you, so you can be part of the developmental activities or for the scale-up activities. Some are in the traction, some are in the commercials already. So I want you to be part of their teams, not only for tonight, but through their journey. So I hope today's event can bring much success to everyone. All the best to the investors, like VCs, angels, and enablers, and all the startups and participants. Thank you so much for being here. So I ask Dr. Madhu to say a quick two-liners before the startup speech.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much for taking time and coming to us and looking at our startups. These startups are with us for almost 6 years, some of them for 2-3 years, and have done very well. And as you know, biotech startups need definitely a kind of more trust in terms of their early journey. I'm sure you look at that in that perspective. They're not ready to go, guys. Some of them are ready to go. So it's my, I'm very proud of these cohort of startups that are presenting today, and hope they'll impress you and something good will happen, and also good advice. Thank you very much for taking time on a hot day.
Hello everyone, this is Ajay Jain from Silver Needle Ventures.
Hello, I am Udaya from Global Innovation Hub.
Hello everyone, I am Aditi from BioAngels Indian Angel Network.
Hi everyone, this is Sonisha from Bloom Ventures.
Hello everyone, I'm Kulwan from and representing Temples Law Associates.
Hey everyone, I'm Zaran and I represent Biome.
I'm Vivek Verma, I'm from Upsurge Global.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Satyanarayana Vaddi representing Finanomics Capital.
Hi everyone, this is Renuka Bodla, representing Silver Needle Ventures as a venture partner.
Hi, I'm Neeta Sachan. I'm an independent investor.
This is Sushanto from Lead Angels.
Right time now to have the startups.
A very good evening. This is Team Semantic WebTech. Myself, Asha Subramanian and Vijay Varahaswamy. We are the founders of this tech bio startup who is wanting to make a positive impact in the world of genomics and life sciences. And today we are here to present our semantic AI-enabled knowledge integration platform for genomic data analysis. We often discuss and worry about cardiac ailments, about hypertension and diabetes, but how much of attention do we give to genetic disorders? Genetic diseases create a huge burden, and actually a huge proportion of them are treatable if we are able to detect them early. India has a huge genetic disease burden, over 100 million people affected, and actually 1 in every 4 is a carrier of a genetic disorder. Process of digitizing the human DNA, the cost of that have substantially reduced, but the data diagnosis is still a massive challenge, and this is a challenge for genetic diagnostic service providers, hospitals, and researchers. So currently what they normally do is either they have a huge battalion of IT engineers or bioinformaticians, or they go in for costly commercial tools, or they tend to do it manually, which is actually hugely ineffective. Our solution is an end-to-end B2B SaaS platform that takes care of every pain of each and every target customer who are clinicians, researchers, doctors, private hospitals, labs, and genetic service providers. What they have to do is the plug-and-play platform. They have to feed in the data, and the output is a clinical report, which is actually post all the data crunching and analysis. The core knowledge engine is in the process of patent examination. So our platform actually uses semantic intelligence to make the algorithms do reasoning just as a human brain does by working on all this domain-intensive data from several scientific databases. At the same time, simultaneously, it is building a rich knowledge base of Indian specific variants. Our platform is ready for the market. We've been able to do very successful beta rounds with multiple potential customers. We have all the security certifications in place. We have actually had collaborations with all the top genetic research institutes in India. We have validated the platform, and we have perfected the art of deploying this platform on multiple cloud platforms. Currently, we are in the process of pushing the platform into the GEM and also converting our beta adopters into paying customers. If you look at the genome, previous slide, if you look at the genome data analysis, it comprises of primary, secondary, and tertiary analysis. Our platform is actually looking at the tertiary analysis market, and that is what is our service addressable market, close to $1 billion. The SOM, which is the service obtainable market, is actually the Asia Pacific, including India market. Immediate focus is on beachhead, which is actually proving our credentials in India. We have kept our business model very simple. Free assisted 14-day trial period where we make the customers get interested on the platform and they are hooked to the platform. We have pay-as-you-go models to make them, these are for customers who have low case loads. The annual subscription models are for customers who have over 1,000 cases load. Apart from this, we also provide value-added services. The rates for our business model are very, very affordable when you compare it with global commercial models. Go-to-market strategy, initially it is going to be founder-led, which means the two of us largely working with the customers in a top-to-bottom fashion where the branding is largely done through conferences, through assisted onboarding. We actually want to give them a personalized experience on the platform. So in terms of competition landscape, we are the only India-based solutions provider who is actually working towards creating a comprehensive end-to-end solution. We are able to provide flexible deployment models at affordable costs. In terms of financials and us, you can see that our projected revenue is indicating a break even at the third year. By the fourth year, we would have done close to 11% of the beachhead and close to 2% of the SOM. This is the team. We are a perfect blend of technical leadership, of business and investment acumen and operations. Our scientific advisors are a combination of highly skilled academicians, scientists, and clinical genomic practitioners. We have been able to garner continuously funds from investment and also from government grants. And we've raised close to 1.8 crores this far to get the platform to the market ready stage. We are ready to take questions now. Thank you.
So currently, I think you're working with beta customers on a B2B basis. Do you have any revenue at this point of time, or it's only proving the concept at this point of time?
Not yet. We have not generated revenue, but the beta trials have happened. In fact, one of the customers, which is a large hospital chain, has actually indicated to us to give them the price metrics. So we're in the process of converting.
Second point is your competition. You have stated the guys who do DNA analysis, but they give you some manual report. And what is the secret sauce? Anybody can copy it. You have knowledge graphs kind of thing. So what is how difficult it is for somebody else to copy the same thing?
Well, first of all, building the platform using that secret sauce, as you said, but largely to be able to do the validations. It took us close to 2 years to get the platform validated with all those premier research institutes that you see, right? Over 150 datasets tested. The same were live patient cases, which were done manually by these institutes and then tested on our platform.
Are we covering a large spectrum here when you say, anything goes in and then it comes out, right? And what's the efficacy of such a measure, right? Because let's say if I'm doing only for cardio or something like that, I have a specific strain. But here you're saying a lot more
version of this platform. We are doing germline diseases or inherited genetic disorders. And in our next version, we'll be doing somatic cancers and also some of those new things like specifically related to pediatrics and so on. And there was a reason why we chose this, because the cancer market is heavily crowded, but the germline diseases is not.
Probably the larger market still lies with the cancer research specific analysis only. So how are we acquiring that non-Caucasian data? Because that is like the secret sauce for that.
Cancers are two types. One is genetic, that is hereditary cancers, and others are tissue-based cancer. We've already taken care of genetic cancers through this platform. Okay. So for the tissue-based cancer, there is a process you need to actually get a couple of more scientific databases integrated, and that's why that is high on the priority list. Okay. What really happens is that somebody does only tissue-based cancer, they are unable to handle the germline because the pipelines are different.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we go through the germline first. Because that's what they know.
Got it. So do you think you will have to venture into tests to get this data running for the flywheel effect?
No, because the data partnerships that we have done with these institutes, they cover the somatic tissue samples.
Got it.
Two quick questions. One is, how do you plan to acquire your customers in initial first or 2 years? Second, how do you plan to utilize the 4 crore that you're raising?
Okay. How do we plan to acquire customers? It's been a long journey, Aditi. So we've been at it for the last 1 year. We've gone to conference after conference to show them a glimpse of our platform. We have a very strong funnel of close to 150 people who have shown interest. And this was actually gathered initially through a process of primary market research. And then we were in the conferences. Then we started to engage with them. And now we are seeing the fruits of all of that, because people are now reaching out to us and saying, can you not show us a demo and how do we go further? So with every customer, the process is simple, 15 days of trial, because we really want them to get hooked onto the platform. They have to get comfortable. That's the way we are going to be doing it. The strategy to go after these customers initially will be founder-led. So we don't have a dedicated marketing team. How are we going to use the 4 crores? 3 things. One is, when we get into the market, we need to pay up market launches expenses, which are largely licenses and all of that. And then it is at this point that we have to now invest in a proper sales and marketing team. And then we want to increase some more workflows, as you know, right?
Against the data sets from the Indian subjects or Indian research based centers. He feels like, how will you position it for the global market? Because a lot of this is driven through the database that you have accumulated over years, right?
So first thing, ma'am, the databases that are currently integrated into this, there are some standard 6 to 7 global databases that you have to integrate. All that has been done. So whether it is the UK, US, some of the Middle East ones, they've all been integrated. Actually, the challenge is the Indian data, because nobody has a proper Indian database yet. And that's when we had a partnership with IGIU, who have actually built a database of close to 1,012 whole genome base. So that is already integrated into this platform. And so if it actually works for Indian patients, a lot of novel cases comes up. So it is going to work with others because the global databases are already into the platform. Beyond that, when you go for a specific geography, if we take this platform to Canada or if we take this platform to Singapore, so the local database has to be integrated, which is a very small, mediocre activity that can be done as and when we reach that particular geography.
I have one more question. What is your unit economics? I didn't see a slide on that. What's your pricing model, as well as your go-to market as well? Maybe you covered a little bit, but if you can elaborate on both of these.
Right. So if I've understood the unit economics.
So what's your pricing model? What will be your unit economics, as well as your go-to market strategy as well?
Pricing model is very simple. We have only 2 pricing slabs. One is pay as you go, and the other is for enterprises. We've got more than 1,000 samples processed in a year. Pay as you go model starts from 50, 100, 200 licenses. 200 processes, samples being processed in the system. So it caters to large diagnostic labs and the small and medium-sized businesses who can't afford the tech teams or the large bioinformatics teams to do that. So that's the pricing model. In terms of go-to-market, we are, as she mentioned, we are looking at direct sales for the initial few customers in the first 6 to 8 months. You can ask
the individual price per customer. So while you're doing a B2B model, I understand that, but what would be the individual price per test?
Okay. The price per test depends. It runs between 800 to 1,200 for us. So the retail price to the end customer in the enterprise range starts from 2,500 roughly, and for the pay-as-you-go customer starts higher, 3,500 plus. An average on based on what they buy.
Thank you. Any question from the jury?
See, when you said pay-as-you-go, around 4 to 5 lakh, I didn't understand about that. Is it for a diagnostic center or on a retail basis?
When people subscribe, let's say there is a lab who does only 150 tests in a year. If they want to subscribe to the system, I cannot tell them go pay me for the enterprise license. So I am allowing them to buy bulk of 1,500 units.
Okay.
And then they pay for it. So when they exhaust that 100 unit, they may just know that, okay, this year I'm not going to be doing more than 50. They can come back and buy a 50.
So is it like a subscription model for the diagnostic centers?
It's a subscription, complete subscription.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Please come. Yeah. Thanks. So one of the investors couldn't join early, so they'll be joining in half an hour. They would like to hear. We already shared the startup list, so they requested this change. Suresh, you have a time limit of 5 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Good evening, all. Really honored to be here. My name is Suresh, and I'm one of the founders of this company called Startoon Labs Private Limited, a medtech company based out of Hyderabad. Okay, so we are addressing a very big problem that's there in the world, which is more of a joint health or a movement health problem. So almost 80% of the adult population in the world is suffering from musculoskeletal pains, which are like shoulder pain, back pain, joint pains, etc. And almost 1.5 billion people on this planet are suffering from neurological ailments like stroke, spinal cord injury, or trauma. So all these people have to undergo something called as physiotherapy, which is all about exercises. One thing which I wanted to share here is, though we feel that cardiovascular diseases and cancer is one of the biggest spend in the world, it's rather musculoskeletal ailments which has crossed $100 billion. So this is an alarming problem, and ways of assessing the root cause of this problem and addressing that is lacking. So we have come up with a solution called as Fizi. It's a wearable device, one of its kind in the world. It is backed by 2 granted patents and is also US FDA approved. So what this device does is, it can be used to assess the physiological aspects of all the major joints in the human body: the shoulder, elbow, wrist, hip, knee, and the ankle, and the back and the neck. These are the main joints that suffer from a lot of pains, especially employees, corporate wellness programs, etc. They address a lot of diagnostics, which is into master health checkup, but joint has always been neglected. So we are one of the pioneers in this. We have our copyrighted algorithms, trademarks, patents, IP, etc. in place. And with this device, we are literally first in the world to have created a physiological picture of the joint, and we can identify within 8 to 10 minutes what is the root cause of the joint when it is related to muscles. Next one, please. So we use surface EMG, we use the range of motion, and the best part is, there's one more thing which I want to share, whether it's a neurological ailment or an orthopedic ailment or a musculoskeletal ailment. All of these people have to undergo physiotherapy, and unfortunately, there is no reporting mechanism in physiotherapy yet. For example, in cardiology, we have ECG as a standard way to show the picture of the heart. In orthopedics, we have X-ray as the basic picture to show the the level of ailment that the bone has suffered. In physiotherapy, there is nothing. So we are definitely first in the country and definitely foremost in the world to have designed a well-researched report, which is now the basic report which helps you understand the health of the joint, and these reports are shared with the neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons for further treatment decisions. Yeah, please. So what the flow is very simple. The patient basically undergoes a Fizi test, which goes for around 8 to 10 minutes, and then he or she is given a treatment protocol where they do it either in a clinic or at home. And then after the session, one of the reports are generated and the status is also given to the patient. Next, please. So this is I already spoken about. So almost 3.5 billion people in this world are suffering with the kind of problems that I'm talking about, and it's a multi-billion-dollar market. The elder care, which I have not yet specified, is also about joint health. So people fall. So a lot of use cases are coming up in US where fall prevention sensors are coming up, and insurance players are actually playing a big role. So yeah. So we have some good names like Healthcare at Home, KIMS, NIMS, Pratima, Uchwas. Please go ahead. So we are raising a bridge round of around 4 crores, of which 2 is secured. So I'm here to ask for this growth capital, which is, we are an early traction company. We are in the market for 1.5 years. We have a presence in 12 states with 100 plus units as our customers already so 2 crores is done. I'm open for investments from 24 lakhs to 2 crores from this event.
Most of it will be going for marketing, scaling. It's a growth capital that I am requiring for to drive towards Series A round. Yeah, so myself, I am Suresh. I am an engineer, alumnus of IIT Madras. I am Calcutta, supported by my wife, Maitri, alumnus IIT Madras. I am Ahmedabad, and I have some really good partners. I am supported by AICC, CMB, IKP Knowledge Park, Cognify as institutional investors, and many more angels in my company. Please. Thank you very much. I am open to any questions, please.
I'm a physiotherapist. Probably you'll be selling to me, and you do not prescribe any new wearable technology. It's the existing technology, but probably with a refined protocol for the patient. Is it?
Do not interfere in the treatment protocols. So for a physiotherapist, I sell the device. For corporate wellness, for diagnostics, we are not interfering in the protocol. So when a patient comes to a diagnostic center with a joint pain, the device is used to understand what is the cause. That can be treated by medication. It will happen. If they have to be sent to an orthopedic surgeon, we do that. So we have the service providers whom we partner with. They give so we are an end-to-end solution, but a technology platform. So we have contract manufacturers with tight agreements in place. Everything is done in Hyderabad. Yes. Except for the silicon components which we import.
So what is the unit economics? What is the cost of this?
So to build a device, it takes around 18 to 20,000 rupees, and I have a margin of around 3x in that. So 75,400 is the basic version.
Sir, major claims will be
the premium one. Sorry, sir. The premium one has some outsourced parts like the tablet printer, which we are not building. So there the margins are a bit less, but for a basic version, we have 3x.
So what kind of revenue do you share with the contract manufacturers? Is it like
we don't share any revenue. No, we don't share any revenue.
You outsource them to manufacture.
Sorry?
You outsource?
Yes. Yeah. So, for example, for placing the electronic components on the PCB, specific robots are required. I am not invested in those robots. So I get them done, I bring it to my company. Entire programming, testing, packaging, calibration, etc. happens in our company, and from there it is shipped.
And you have a patent for this?
We have 2 patents granted already. Yes. One is a tech patent. Other is a complete patent which includes the algorithms and the intelligence, the product design. Both of them are granted, sir.
So what is your ask right now?
Ask is anywhere between 25 to 2 crores, 25 lakhs to 2 crores.
With a valuation of 15 million USD.
15 million. Right now I'm raising a CCPS round as a bridge capital towards Series A. So CCPS has a floor of 15 million.
Thank you.
I'd like to understand a little bit more about the patents you talked about, because similar devices do exist. Range of motion, creating reports for a physiotherapist are there. Like Southeast Asia has a few, Europe has a few.
Yeah, sure.
So I'd just like to understand, number one, using range of motion, what are the use cases specifically that you're targeting? You said you have some customers. Talk a little bit more about that. And then, actually, let's just focus on that, please.
So, our device is very unique in one way. Range of motion is one of the features of our product. There are some companies who give range of motion. I completely agree with you. But one thing I want to share with you, sir, a movement of any joint is not independent of the physiological activity of the muscles. Most of the companies, I have very few competitors in the world. I have in the other parts of the country, not here. But the USP of our product is the way they are looking at the joint is only on the outcome, the mobility. Okay, they are not looking into the physiological aspects, which is an incomplete way of looking at joint health. Because unless my muscle contracts, my wrist will not flex. One more thing I want to share with you, sir. It may look like a wrist flexion, but there are 2 important muscles here. I don't want to, in the interest of time, but there are 2 muscles which we call as complementing and compensating each other in neurology. So even if one of the muscles contracts, you will see a wrist flexion. So for my competitors, if they show a wrist flexion, they don't tell what is the health of the muscle. And if both the muscles don't work well, I will never achieve complete recovery. So in our case, we have myopotential sensors also with our own algorithms. So we correlate the movement along with the muscle activity, and then we talk about the health of that. So this is a huge, IP that we have. And there is no similar thing because there's a lot of mathematics and database involved, research involved to come at this conclusion. So with this, now we can do something which my competitors have not done. For example, consistency in the movement, controlled movement in a stroke case. See, a hand can move like this in a stroke case. So there the muscle and the range of motion has to be correlated and analyzed, not just seen. So we are very good in that, and that sets us apart from others who say that I can measure the range of motion.
Thanks, Renuka, please.
Okay.
Part of my question is kind of answered. Like I was trying to understand what is the productivity, a physiotherapist would get out of, this tool, because it's kind of taking away from the job that the person has to do it, right? I mean,
No. We are not taking away anybody's job.
How is it complementing? That's something it's not clear.
No. I'm sorry. We are not taking away anybody's job. Rather, ma'am, for example, it's an aid. What we have built is more like a aid to a therapist.
True,
like
but what's the productivity that they're gaining out of it?
Yes, I'm
and
coming
what
to
kind
that.
of customers do you have right now?
Yes. So I wanted to clarify that it's an aid. We are not throwing them away. That's one thing. Coming to what is the value addition. In physiotherapy, ma'am, most of the things, when a patient comes to a center, the entire diagnosis happens with visual assessment. Okay, based on the skill of the physiotherapist, experience of the therapist. Unlike other sectors in healthcare, where if I go to a cardiology department, first thing they will do is take an ECG. Similarly, for an orthopedics, with a broken bone, they'll say what is the degree of level of broken bone, right? So there's always a machine, a basic instrument which tells what is the ailment. In physiotherapy, for all the sectors, ortho, neuro, cardio, they all come to physiotherapy, but there's no objective or a scientific evidence or quantitative. Our device gives that quantitative evidence, which tells, as I explained in my, which muscle. Because it may look like that, okay? So that's one advantage which helps them in taking good clinical decisions. Second, that's from the clinical front. When we give reports, that also tells the patient rather than telling verbally. It's like, if I go to a general practitioner, I have fever, doctor says you have medium fever. What does it mean? But when they say you have 101 degree Fahrenheit, I understand this is the thing. So that's the kind of black and white picture we give to the patient. The second thing from the business front, so one is a clinical aspect where things are very clear. Our reports are being monetized by my customers. So it's a revenue generation tool for them.
You mentioned that it's an enhancer or like sort of like an add-on for the existing physiotherapist.
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to add, like just for the clinical or like your pitches, what's the time saving by the physiotherapist in using your device, or whether there's while it may take like 20 days or like a month, and you are reducing by using your tools, you're reducing the timelines to just 20 days.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Very, very true. Efficacy of treatment has improved. Yeah, sure. Efficacy has improved. The reduction in timing is almost by, I think, 40%. 40%. So something which goes for 20 days might now happen. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So one last question from the audience, I think.
Nice presentation, by the way. I work in the medical device industry.
Okay.
So is this like MDR compliant?
Sorry?
The new medical device regulation compliant?
Yeah. We are a registered medical device with CDSCO, Government of India, and we are compliant. We have done EMI, EMC, and biocompatibility, and all these are required for USFDA application. Yeah, we are USFDA.
What is your current revenue for FY 23-24?
We crossed around 40 lakhs. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Suresh.
Thank you.
So next one is 30mg.
Good evening, everyone. You all know that India is a highly populated country in the world. 1 in 7 Indians suffers from coronary artery diseases, which is basically heart diseases. And almost among the total death in India, 26.6% death is because of these heart diseases. And when a patient suddenly gets a heart attack, the first line drug or the emergency drug which is being given to the patients are aspirin, heparin and clopidogrel. And most of these drugs works basically based on the patient's DNA. For example, 30% Indians, they don't respond to clopidogrel, which is commonly used antiplatelet drug. 30% Indians won't respond to that. And if your patient takes clopidogrel without knowing that he is a responder or a non-responder, it may lead to severe side effects like bleeding, and even sometimes it may lead to death also. It will also triples the treatment cost and also increases the hospital stay. So, FDA gave a very clear-cut warning. It's a black box warning saying that if your patient have to take clopidogrel, they have to undergo genetic testing before taking the drug so that the clinician will know it. But the currently available technologies are not affordable for anyone to take that genetic testing. and it will take minimum 7 to 10 days to get the result. So there is a need for a faster technology to give the results very quickly so that the clinician can do it in emergency cases. Next. So to address this challenge, we have developed a technology, an on-spot testing technology that will assist the clinicians to personalize the medication for the patient. And our technology is accessible because it's totally portable and give the results in just 90 minutes. And also it's too affordable. Next slide. So when you see Indian market for coronary artery diseases, it's too huge. 1.96 crore patients are suffering from coronary artery diseases, and if these patients are taking genetic testing, it will give you a total market of $2.94 billion. And 55% of Indians visit private hospitals for this emergency condition, and 54% of Indian doctors are already aware of this personalized medicine testing. So that will give you a total, serviceable available market of $875 million. And currently we have a capacity of making 25 lakh tests per year, which will give us an obtainable market of $38 million. Next one. So this is our technology. We call it a Smart PGX, which is highly portable. And you can see the portable instrument there. So it can be placed anywhere, and it will give the personalized medicine testing in just 5 steps. And it will give the result in 90 minutes from sample collection to the result. Next slide. So our business model is very simple. We are completely B2B. We sell the hardware and also we sell the consumables. We sell the hardware, it's a one-time purchase with a 78% margin, and our consumables has 80% margin. Next slide, please. So we have already done pre-launch installations in 8 clinics around India. So we got very good customer feedback, and we got a feedback in the usability of the instrument. So we have modified our current version based on the customer feedback. And as individual components, we have sold our consumables and the instruments to premium institutes like CCMB, IGIB, IIC Bangalore. Next slide. So we will enter into the market mainly by popularizing our technology through medical events like conferences and exhibitions, and by directly visiting the clinics and hospitals, and also by partnering with distributors, medical distributors and marketing agencies. So we are different from our competitors in terms especially affordability and on-spot testing. So that no one in India have on-spot testing for personalized medicine, and that's our moat. And also we are the first to the market. We have patentable technologies, and our technology is very simple to use. Anyone can use it. No need of any technical expertise required. Like a glucometer, you can do a genetic testing. And main thing is you need not to purchase anything additionally. Next slide. So this is us, myself, Dr. Das. I have 15 years of experience in project management and also in personalized medicine. I did my PhD from JIPMER Pondicherry. I am taking care of customer acquisition and administration in the company. And my co-founder Pavani, she is taking care of R&D, and she have experience in genetic assay development. She is trained from CCMB Hyderabad. So we have raised 1.5 crore so far from different government grants and private investments from Amey Mashalkar and Arya Mashalkar. So this is our roadmap for the next 5 years. So by this year, we are completing our patent filed and the regulatory clearances done, and we will enter into the market. By 2027, we are expecting to break even, and by 2029, we will be reaching out to the global market. Next slide. So right now, our ask is $120K for the next 6 months for getting our patents and regulatory clearances done. And apart from the financial support, we expect mentoring support mainly. So thank you so much.
So let's assume the doctor is following a course, and let's say 100 patients do the test.
Yes.
What will be the effective change? How many would he change the approach? Yes. And I'm assuming there's a pharmaceutical industry which is sitting, but I'll not talk about that.
So I will give you clopidogrel as the best example, because that has the FDA warning also. So they have done several randomized controlled trials all over the world, and they have found that if your person is having a particular genetic variation, and if clopidogrel is given, 80% of the patients have recurrent heart attacks. 80% of the patients. Within that, the first 3 months of first attack.
But still, let's take a sample of 100 patients, right? How many do you think the doctor will change the approach?
Yes, I would say, based on if they are going with the genetic data, it will be 30%. Because 30% of our Indians have this genetic variations.
Wow. Yes. Okay, great. One advice, since you asked for advice, start selling, don't sell the hardware at all.
Yeah.
right? Just sell the tests.
Yeah.
Give the hardware for free.
Yes, sir. So that's our model. We are planning for a racer model actually. Yes.
What's the accuracy or what's the this thing that you have achieved so far?
Yes. So it's a 99% accuracy because the main thing what we are doing is we are not checking for any markers based on our knowledge. We are doing only FDA approved markers. So the markers are already approved. So we are taking that so that we are getting 99% accuracy.
And what sample size is that?
8 clinics.
8 clinics.
Yes.
So about 1,000 samples
Yes,
roughly.
yes.
Is there any such high demand for this?
Yes. So the main thing is, we put up this platform for a different purpose, especially for checking for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is a genetic disease which is increasing very highly. When we gave this for hypertrophic cardiomyopathy to the clinicians, they have asked for clopidogrel. So we have developed this whole technology based on the request from the clinicians. So they are facing this issue, especially for clopidogrel, aspirin and statin, because it is given to not only for heart diseases, even diabetic patients are taking that. So normally 75 mg, but in case of acute coronary disease and also PCI, it is 300 mg. That's too high dosage. So they are asking for it. So that's the reason we have developed and we are getting good feedback from the clinicians.
So is there any demand supply gap?
Yes, the main problem here is, in case of emergency, suppose a person got heart attack. Usually how it happens right now is they have to collect the sample, they have to send the sample to a centralized lab. For example, if I want to get it done from Kanyakumari, in Kanyakumari there is no genetic lab is available. I have to send it to Chennai. So I have to transport the sample from Kanyakumari to Chennai, which will take at least 1 day. Again, the samples will be processed. Only when they get enough samples, they will start processing. So the overall time is increasing. When a patient is having heart attack, within 3 hours, they have to give clopidogrel. They cannot wait for even 2 days. So if they have this setup, portable setup in their clinic, they can get it done in 90 minutes and they can start the procedure.
So my last question, what is the cost of the device and what is the cost of the report?
Yes. So right now, our MRP for our device is 99,000. And as I was mentioning, we are planning for a racer model, and consumables is we are giving it as a kit of 50 samples. So with a kit you can do 50 samples and it is $650. So that will be around 47,000.
One question I have, as was alluded earlier, that how do you anticipate to fight the pharma lobby?
I will not say
from a long-term perspective, because you'll see a lot of resistance from them.
Yes. So I will not say I will fight with the pharma, because nowadays pharma company itself, they are changing their approach. They are developing drugs based on the mutation, especially in oncology. They are developing for KRAS specific drugs. Even the government is insisting on such kind of drugs. Yes, definitely. Yes. So we have got the same approach. Initially we started with minoxidil drug. Before clopidogrel, we started with minoxidil, which is used for hair loss. So we were approached by pharma companies which is making minoxidil. So they want to provide this test free of cost to the patients, so that they will not go to the opposite party. So they are taking it in a different way, because FDA itself, they had given the warning, so they are taking it in that way. And even some pharma companies, they are start making the alternate drugs also. Because in case of clopidogrel, the alternate drug is prasugrel, ticagrelor and all available.
I'm Aditi from Bryota. We are a point of care technology company trying to screen 300 million by 2030. What are we doing? We are trying to reduce burden on government of India. And how? With this. What is this? Let me talk about NCDs. You all are aware what is NCDs. The non-communicable diseases in India is rampant. They are the silent killers. What are we trying to do? We are trying to do the early screening, which will help government of India and other CSR companies and the private sector to understand where is the prevalence, how we can curb it and how we can work on it. Each year, almost 41 million people die of NCDs because that was not understood in time. They came to the doctors, they came to the primary healthcare centers when they were in stage 3. In India, due to the technology and due to the other constraints, primary healthcare centers can only and only give you a diagnosis of probably a diabetes, blood pressure or anemia. What about the cancer? What about the CRDs? We come here with a solution which involves CKD, CRD, common cancers and other NCDs which are prevalent across masses. What is the reason why we are not able to screen the NCDs at primary healthcare? Because of the less of technology, the community are generally the lower economy people. They depend on the tertiary level hospitals to go, and going to tertiary level healthcare involves time, cost and money. Solution? Briartalk comes to you with a great solution called Suraksha. Everybody knows what is the meaning of Suraksha. We are giving you a kit which involves different NCD screening devices which are made in India, and we do screening for CRDs like COPD, post-TB, COVID, also including common cancers for women like cervical, breast, also oral, and then we have few devices from market which includes the total NCD umbrella which can be screened at any given PHCs. We have our own CDSS system called SAVE. SAVE gives you a total data analysis on one touch with the required inputs. Also, we would like to tell you that we are all CDSC approved company. We have apps made in the regional languages. The whole system is made where ASHA or ANM carries that bag all to the PHC levels, do their screening and come back with the data. So government gets a reduction in the whole burden which you are going through about the whole healthcare system. Meet the team. I am in front of you. I am Aditi. I am the COO. The founder Gajanan Sakre, he is a serial entrepreneur. Our CTO Shardul, he has a background of working in many other healthcare startups. Also, we have some international Denmark and US people who are joined us in the journey. For the scientific advisory board, we have doctors as we need them coming from a health tech, as a health tech company, and we have somebody working in abroad also in European sector. The market is huge. I really would not like to say the gravity of the market. I would really not like to say these are the numbers which we talk about in the market. But I would really like to mention here something very, very serious is if we help the government do the diagnosis at the right time, there is a big economy which will get affected, and we can see a good growth and good, you can see after effect for giving this kind of help to government. As you can see, looking for 1 million to 2 million. The concept asking you this kind of money is very clear. We want to ramp up. We want to make these kits more so we can grow across India. We are getting inquiries from Africa and Europe as well. Of course, for Europe, we need regulatory, and regulatory costs a lot of money for a startup which includes CE, FDA. And that is the reason we are asking you for this kind of money in investment. So this is me again, Aditi from Briartalk, and I'm open for your questions.
What kind of test does it do at the end of the day? What are the, it's a BP or is it sugar? What does it do on a base level?
We have a kit which includes cancer, CVD, CRD, NFLD. So let me put it in a simple way. We talk about diabetes, we talk about BP, which is common. But we give you common chronic respiratory diseases, which called COPD, asthma, post-TB and post-COVID. We talk about common cancers in women and in men, which talks about oral cancer in women, breast and cervical cancer. And also we have CKD, that is chronic kidney disease, which are simple solutions which can be used by using the urine samples. And we have NAFLD, that is a liver. That is again a small kit, and we help ASHA and ANM to gather this data which can be pushed to the district level hospitals.
And does it do some kind of a blood test?
Sorry?
Does it take blood from you? Do you take blood sample is required?
All these are non-invasive. We are talking about all non-invasive devices, sir.
Okay, thank you. What is the test?
So your customers are government?
B2G, and there are some private customers as well for CSR. Government, yes. Right now we are working in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu and Gujarat.
What is the cost per test? Price per test?
No, we go as a service model, sir. We are also selling per kit. We are on the, e-government portal as well. but it depends which government needs what kind of services. So the kit is involving that kind of services. Some people have their own. We have an ECG machine, a portable ECG machine, which I can show you. It is such a small device which can be used with the app, and there is a bed which we put. So some people already have ECG, they don't want that. So we give as per the requirement.
Two quick questions.
Yeah.
The devices / the assays that are part of your kit, are all those invented by Bryota, or you've partnered with other?
Nice, good question. So Bryota started with CRD in 2018. We spoke about only and only respiratory. I think 2 or 3 investors has heard me about respiratory in this club. But when government started getting involved, we got a request that we should have something under one umbrella under NCD. So we have a portfolio device called Spiro Pro, which is made technology everything by Bryota, and the ECG machine along with the help of BARC. Other devices have been collaborated with us. So right now we are giving all the certified devices which are made in India, which 2 or 3 are from Bryota and other from the collaboration from the other startups.
Okay. Second question, what is your business model?
Sorry?
Your business model.
So business model is we are doing project, okay, with government at our PHC level sector. So right now my team is working in Chhattisgarh. We are doing a 1-month camp using our devices. We train the ANM and ASHA. See, the whole concept is we are empowering ANM and ASHA in such a way that what is the scenario in PHC? All the lower economy sector or the village sector or the PHC sector are very much close to ASHA and ANM. They are like their family doctor. कुछ भी हो जाए वो आशा को पकड़ के लेके आते हैं, ANM को पकड़ के ले आते हैं. Our whole healthcare system depend on ASHA and ANM. We are empowering ASHA and ANM to make sure that they are giving the point of care technology at that particular level, which bring them out to district level hospital, which will help the government in the end. So there is the burden reduces if you do it at the right time.
Got it. Just one suggestion.
Aditi. So last time we made around 45 lakhs plus, and this year we are expecting double the.
It's okay, I'll tell. Aditi, it would be good if you could also highlight the accuracy of all your devices which are part of your kit.
Correct.
On your pitch deck, and also the patent status of individual. Also the patent status of
the devices made by Bryota, which are CRD based, that is chronic respiratory disease. Spiro Pro, that is patented. Our solution is also patented. And other devices includes a breast pro, which is a light device which is showing the breast alimony. We have something for cervical. We have for oral. We have ECG. We have CRD. CRD takes care of 4 elements in the the whole. So basically, we are covering thoracic, we are covering the cervical, and we are covering oral.
So that's the suggestion to keep in your deck, so that accuracy things as well as patent details, because most of the deep tech things they rely on the. Thanks. One more question then.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
What is your implementation strategy? Because the reason you're getting into this space is the lack of medical, talented medical, practitioners in the low or like in the village or remote setting, right? But now you're talking about these devices, technology, even that needs a technical expertise in those setup.
Yeah.
How are you going to address that gap again?
So, ma'am, it's really valid when it comes to a startup, how to roll these many devices in the market and how to make sure that they're all getting used properly with the technology training. So what we're doing is the devices which are made by Bryota, manufactured by Bryota, and 2-3 more devices, we do training for ANM and ASHA ourselves with a doctor on board. So we have for every for cancer, we have doctors. For CRD, we have doctors. And the whole training system or the training material is developed along with them. So we generally go and train the ASHAs and the ANMs. If required, we supply a team from our side to do the testing as well. If it is like 1 month camp, and if they want to use it for long, then we do a training and we come back. We do a hand holding, and yes, we do a lot of hand holding after the sale as well. So if they need anything from our side on the data portion, we keep helping them.
I think your overall presentation talks about PHCs, primary healthcare centers. So what kind of margins do you deliver here?
So right now, we are not looking forward for a margin as such. We are looking forward for selling of the kit right now. And we have got good, feedback.
So how do you make revenue? So because you need to return back to your investors, right? Maybe 3 years, 5 years down the line.
See, the thing is, sir, to be very particular, when I came last time in front of investors, I had only one product. So I could not explain them why you need to invest in me, because I had only one product about CRD, that is chronic respiratory diseases. Now I am asking you to help me out, because I need to spread this whole kit concept across India, which will eventually help the whole health system. So I am not giving you solution only for lungs. I am giving you solution for all the NCDs, and NCD being the biggest problem for NHM to resolve when it comes to the whole burden on the government. So before I conclude, I would like to tell you that there is a hospital in Mumbai called Sion Hospital. And if you go to the respiratory ICU, okay, Sion Hospital is a government hospital. There is no money taken from, people. The respiratory ICU is full, there are no bed allowed. And the patients are not moving out from there for 6 months together, because medically they are not capable of going home back. And there is a burden which is increasing on that hospital. I'm talking about only one hospital like this in Mumbai. And imagine we are talking about the biggest country in the world with considering the population. So this is the whole concept we are coming up with. Government is helping us. There are private players who are also, coming into the picture when it comes to a CSR. For CSR, we do the service model with them.
So, hi everyone, dream big, dream crazy, and I am Ranjit, co-founder of Biodimension. So, we are a tissue engineering company with a vision to become an organ manufacturer. And this particular vision was carried forward by 3 visionary co-founders. And we have combined industry experience of 50 plus in the industry, and we worked with companies like Syngene, Anthem, Intas, and USV. And we are a team of 10 located at Bangalore, and we embarked when developing reconstructed human tissue models as an efficient non-animal testing and human relevant testing platform for drugs and cosmetics. So with this team and with this skill, we are focusing on 3 major problems that are existing in the industry. The first one is the drug failure rate. So whatever the drugs that shown a promising effect in animal studies, that is not showing good in the clinical studies. So that cost millions of dollars and years of time for the companies. And the second most thing is the recent regulations, starting from FDA Modernization Act and even the recent CDSCO regulations are encompassing the companies to form the non-animal alternatives and also to provide a better human relevant data to get a more success rate in the clinical and as well as the disease efficacy. And the third most thing is we need a technology to create an organs in the lab. So this can be possible with developing the reconstructed tissues in the lab. So for all these 3 problems, we have a solution developing the tissues in the lab or organs in the lab. So at the initial stage, we have achieved developing the first layer of the skin, which is epidermis, and the full thickness skin. And we also have this vaginal epithelial tissue. And we, along with the collaboration, we also developed a beating heart tissue model. So this would serve as an efficient platform to screen the drugs and cosmetics for its efficacy and also for its safety. So what is the market size? The market is not that crowded, and there are very less players in the market, and most importantly, that is they are not from India. So if you look at the total available market, it is 10.5 billion. That is only for in vitro toxicology only. So the markets for our tissue models are drug screening, cosmetic testing, even on the regenerative medicine purpose. So as I mentioned, the demand is not equal to the supply. There are very less players in this particular technology contributing to the requirements of pharma companies and the cosmetic companies. And we are competing with 2 major companies. One is Episkin and Matec. And Episkin is a France-based company, which is a subsidiary of L'Oreal, and Matec is a US-based company. So there is so far no Indian companies supplying the human tissues for the drug screening and the drug testing purpose. And we are also competing with the parallel technologies like organ-on-chip, organoids, and even bioprinting companies. Yeah. But when it comes to our USB, all our tissue models are 30% less and also like we are providing the tissues in a very lesser time compared to the of Episkin and Matek. And yeah, when it comes to our journey, we started in January 2021 and we were incubated at VIT TBI. And now we have a presence at Bangalore with a small R&D facility which would support the development of tissues and also the manufacturing. So now we are at 10, and now we focus mainly on commercializing the skin models and developing the new tissue variants like heart tissue model and liver model for multitude of application, starting from cardiotoxicity to hepatotoxicity. So till 2024, like, till now, like we have achieved around, we have developed the product skin and its variants, and we have secured grants worth of 75 lakhs. And also like we have a small facility to do that. And most importantly, we have 25 companies in our sales pipeline. So with this current fundraising, like we will be establishing a GLP-like facility for tissue manufacturing and also providing the testing services. And most importantly, we want to achieve a revenue target of 3 crore per year. And this is the sales overview we have. Like September 2023 is where like we started commercializing our skin models. So from September 2023 to March 2024, like we have achieved 20 lakhs. And most importantly, like 20 plus brands shown interest in testing on our tissue models. In the case of cosmetics,
30 seconds.
Yes. In the cosmetic side, and when it comes to drug, like 6 plus companies shown interested in developing the custom tissue models for their drug discovery process. Yeah. So currently we are raising 8 crore, and this would facilitate the establishment of a facility and also taking the skin model for the global market with necessary approvals. And most importantly, that the fundraise would support the expansion of the team and support boost up the R&D. So what would be the exit strategy? If you invest in this particular technology, invest in biodimension. If you look at the recent happening in this space, Novo Nordisk invested around $650 million in a relevant technology called Aspect Biosystems to develop tissues for regenerative medicine. So this particular area is blooming, and also the acquisitions are happening. So investing in this technology definitely brings a great value. And we are more committed to be committed to futuristic and more human. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What is, you said there's no other company in India right now. What is the biggest challenge in adoption of this technology?
Yes, the one biggest challenge which they are facing is like in the R&D side. So the uniform architecture is what stopping the companies to market their products, and this we achieved with our unique process. And there are companies which is working on developing the corneal tissues, and also there are several companies working on organoids. But when it comes to the skin and the complicated models like heart tissue models, as of now there is no company in the market because
like an Anthem is, I would say, also in a competitive space, right? Like, wouldn't they be able to develop this? And because they are a CRO themselves,
right?
So
right.
Do you not think that they can develop this technology if had it been that the market is already there? So I would expect Anthem to already be in this space.
Right. So last month only we had a conversation with Anthem's management team. So they are actually looking to develop this kind of tissue models, and they initiated a conversation with us. So they are also interested in upscaling this particular technology for their services as well. So they are actually interested, and they are also facing certain challenges, and they are in touch with us to see how we can work together.
Hi, I feel the timing wise this is good because pharma companies are going away from animal trials, etc. Right? And this is a very good sustainable option. So when I look at turn and all that, I mean, is it because this is local made, or is this, how are you beating that, your competition from the price point?
Wonderful. So, ma'am, if you look at like the price got reduced because of the process we are adapting. So, Matek and Episkin process is different and our process is different. And for that particular process, like we are going to file the patent. So, because of that particular process, we are eliminating whatever the cost that, adding the cost. Example, the serum and also the media cost and even the consumables cost, like, whatever it is adding up the cost, like we are eliminating with our own indigenous materials. So, in that way, like we are reducing the cost.
Hi. So, in your competition slide, you mentioned Revivo Biosystems, right? So, there are those organ in a chip guys.
Right, right.
So, two things I'd like to understand. The first is, just clearly explain to us how you are not organ on a chip and how you're different because they're indirect according.
Sure.
So just like to understand the solution a little bit better.
Yeah.
The second is Revivo's journey and most organ on a chip journeys are a lot more extended than what I'm hearing here, right? So how are you faster to market? Because it looks like you're commercializing fully next year, right?
Right.
So could you just give us
already have commercialized.
So you're already fully So how is it that you're so much faster and how is it that you're different?
Yeah, sure. So Revivo Biosystems, like actually they approached us for their chips, like they required tissues, like they wanted our support. But unfortunately at that time, like we couldn't be able to collaborate with them. So when it comes to the comparison of these two products, like our Biodimensions and Revivo, so Revivo, like the high throughput screening is not possible. But when it comes to our tissue model, high throughput screening is possible. And most importantly, like the test, the cost per test. So that is higher in case of Revivo. But if you look at our tissue models, like they can do that test in a less than 10x times. So in that way, it is better than that Revivo Biosystems. And most importantly, whatever the endpoints they are saying, like they can do with that machine, we can do that with our own tissue models. So in a way, like the cost wise, we are different, and more accessibility and more holistically, like we are different from the particular Revivo systems.
So I want you to look at your business model. I think you're looking at drug discovery, like looking at drug testing, early stage drug testing for novel drugs, right?
Right.
You're not looking at API manufacturers, which is the majority of the pharma companies in the country.
Right.
You're targeting a small slice of pharma, which is the CRO sector, right? Is that right? So it's you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
So now in the pharma sector itself, how many of these the CROs are testing for these drugs? So you want to relook at your model itself.
Right.
Just a suggestion.
Sure, ma'am. So when it comes to our business model, like one is a tissue as a product we are giving. So the tissue as a product goes majorly in the cosmetic company, and another model is like tissue as a service. So I would like to bring one case study. There is one vaccine manufacturer based out of Ahmedabad. So they are the largest vaccine company. So they have approached us for developing tissue models for their drug discovery process, but in a more customized way. So in that way, like the different segment of the industry is looking for more customized way of tissues for their drug discovery programs. So as you mentioned, API, even the chemical companies can be our customer, but only thing is like we need to suit their requirements with little modification and alterations. Yeah.
It's mostly covered. So just wanted to understand the exact IP in your process. How is it supporting high throughput screening? How is it cost effective? What exactly is the IP?
Right. So when it comes to this particular reconstructed tissue model, like there are major cost factors like the serum and the media which we are using, and the third most is like consumables like the plates and other things. So what we done is like majority of the companies, what they do is like they build a scaffold and then they develop the tissue, but ours is scaffold free tissue. So in that way, like we are eliminating majority of the time and majority of the consumables in the process.
Got it. So just a disclaimer, we are also investors into a company that's creating an artificial liver outside your body. So it's a bioengineered liver. Probably we can talk about some synergies.
Yeah, sure. So thank you.
So what's the pricing model? How do you actually price your tissues?
So when it comes to tissue as a product, now when we compare with Episkin, like they are giving it for 1,45,000 along with other consumables. So, but when it comes to ours, like we can able to, we are giving it in 88,000 plus other consumable cost. So if you look at the profit margin for this particular thing, it is more than 60%. More than 60%.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I'm Dr. Preeti Nigam Joshi. I'm founder of Fast Sense Innovations. So before starting and delve into the company journey, I would just like to present a scenario in front of you, because we all know that 60% of Indian population is out of any healthcare net. But we believe that healthcare shouldn't be shouldn't be only for the privileged one. It should be a right for all. And this is the vision that is driving Fast Sense Innovations. The genesis of the company actually started, I was scientist in NCL, that is a CSR lab. And then I lost my mom due to pancreatic cancer due to late diagnosis. That was the turning point of my life when I decided that instead of ending my research into just publishing papers, I should work for the people. And then we established the company with the mission of bringing affordable, accessible healthcare for all and making healthcare, you can say, very awesome or easy to use for everyone, so that a PSC worker or ASHA worker in the remotest area in the country can run the test. So we want to make the diagnostic very easy to perform. And today I would like to present my point of care platform with our first use case, sepsis and AMR in front of you. Now this is a very small device, so you can see the platform that we have developed. Yeah. So this is a very, you can say this is a glucometer of complex. You can say this is the glucometer of complex diseases. It is very easy to use. Just a drop of blood, you can identify the sepsis and AMR biomarkers that are related with. So basically, why we have chosen the problem of sepsis?
Stand here. Yeah, stand here. Yeah.
So basically, why we have chosen the problem of sepsis? Because sepsis is basically maybe half, incidence maybe half as compared to heart attack. But the death rate is more than, you can say, twice as heart attack. And even every 1 person among 5 global deaths are related to sepsis. While we are talking 1 minute, every 1 minute, 1 or 2 people are dying in Europe due to sepsis. So overall, it is responsible for approximately 11 million deaths globally. And you can say approximately 10% of sepsis-related deaths are due to AMR. So basically, this platform is very easy to use. This is an AI/ML based solution. And what we are providing, it's a very easy to use tool for the doctors. So the doctor in its place can get the decisive data, can get the swift analysis that is required. Because what is the problem in sepsis? You can say high mortality of sepsis is lack of accessible, affordable and screening devices. So that is the major cause of sepsis related mortality. And with our device, we can reduce the basic mortality along with, so at present we are basically at preclinical stage. And we have, yes, like we can. At present, we have basically completed the preclinical studies with the 100 samples, and we have achieving approximately 95 to 98% of accuracy with the device. We have 1 granted patent and 2 patents we have already filed. Move to next slide, please. As we are a pre-revenue stage, so this is the projection that we are showing here. So with respect to device, we are approximately launching 300 device. 1 in the first year, 600 in second year, and then 1200 in the next year, third year. So with respect to 3 years of basically projections, we will be approximately 7 to 23% EBITDA we will attain. And along with that, if we talk about our launching strategy, so basically we will launch our device in first phase in India. And then of course the African and other countries are there for the next phase of launching we are planning. Next slide. Today, basically, I am here to ask for 2 CR. 1 CR commitment we already have from Government of India. And the next 1 CR is we are looking for to complete whatever the basically regulatory approvals are required. Different kind of scaling up, some part of scaling up is needed. So for that, we are looking for 2 CR. Next slide, please. If we talk about our competitive advancement and competitive landscape, so why we have to work on point of care system? Because majority of the cases, majority of the tests are laboratory based. Either they are from the big company or whosoever are working on LFAs, all the tests required some kind of, you can say, instrument. So what we are doing, just a drop of blood and a doctor, a PSC worker, everybody can test the patient at the place. Data can be shared from the real time. So this is the advantage that our device is that it's an AI/ML based enabled tool, so that we don't have to, it is reducing the burden on the healthcare also, because the time of analysis is getting reduced. So what we are basically planning to do, FastSense is a one-stop solution for all your diagnostic need. You say and we make. So not only sepsis is the initial, you can say, starting for us. We can develop, we can extend the platform for cancer screening to PCOS. Next slide, please. We can extend the system for the cancer, for the PCOS, for the cardiac biomarkers. So all the FastSense, this platform is basically a one-stop diagnostic need for all your diagnostic requirements. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is all about my team, myself, Dr. Preeti Nigam Joshi, and all my co-founder Harish Joshi and Mr. Dr. Shailendra Mishra. We all are from IITs. Shailendra and Dr. Harish is basically from ISB Hyderabad, and they are taking care of the business aspects, while Shailendra is in US and currently taking a part of the data analytics and AI/ML modeling. Along with that, we have a good team of scientists and researchers to take our journey ahead. Along with the technical team and scientific team, we have a good team of doctors because we are closely working with the doctors. We are the early stage of deployments. We have deployed our solutions and getting the data collection and feedbacks from the doctors and the stakeholders. And we have industry veterans also with us for joint go-to-market basically that we are looking forward.
I think you were trying to talk about your business model and time ran out. So please just finish what you were doing.
Yeah, so basically our business model consists of distributed network mostly. So we will engage with the market influencer, key opinion leaders and distributor network to get the market access and market reach.
So how long does it take for a test to happen? How many hours or minutes it takes?
Okay, so we are basically reducing the time from 1 hour to, you can say the current testing requirement is around 1 hour to 72 hours when we go for the success and culture testing. But we have reduced the time to 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
And what is the cost of essay?
The cost of the essay is between 200 to 300 rupees.
Per essay.
Yes, there is a two components. One is the platform and one is the strip. So you can say it's a glucometer kind of system. Our platform cost is approximately 20k you can say. But it is the initial estimation and when we scale up the cost will automatically reduce.
Is it specificity, all the things are already proven?
Yes. We have completed the preclinical studies with the hospitals and the specificity and sensitivity is approximately 95 to 98%.
Okay. Very nice. Good. It's a very important thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
We are basically raising funds for the large scale deployments of the device currently and regulatory approvals associated with that.
What are your next steps, Preeti, in terms of, since your clinical validation is only on 100 samples, which has given you an accuracy of 95%, I guess. What are your next steps?
Basically, there are multiple components. So first of all, whatever the manufacturing aspects are related with the device post-validation, so there are already we have identified the vendors because we want to keep ourselves asset light so that the contract manufacturing will be done for the platform things. Whatever the secret sauce, basically the modification of the strips and the cassettes, that we will do that we will keep with us. So that will be in-house. And whatever hospital we are basically working with, we have chosen for the trials and the deployments, they are going to be our initial customers. And with that, we will extend our network through distributors.
How do you go from 100 to 1000 or 10,000?
Yes.
To match with the accuracy? That's the question.
Yeah, that was my question. To have a actually clinically significant accuracy data in place.
For the testing, how many patients we will test that you want to know?
The accuracy number, how you call it, 100 samples. That's what the question is.
Okay. Basically, whatever the initial testing we have performed, that is based on the different blood samples and rest of the data is not there. But when we will go for the hospital, so we will basically, more number of samples will be tested, maybe 1,000 to 10,000. And in that scenario, based on the other parameters that will be there, we will get better accuracy that is basically expected. We are expecting.
All right. What's the revenue model?
Revenue model basically will be, first of all, the government is one of the customer for us because whatever work we are doing, it's very much relevant for the PSCs and the remote areas. And our work is well aligned with the WHO and Government of India newborn screening and all aspects, mother, maternal and child cares. So for that, first one of our customer is government. And along with that, we are retail customers also like GPs, doctors and hospitals, path labs, because we are not taking anybody's business. We are only endorsing, we are supporting. And one of the other aspects is the software model. So the software version that we have, that can be integrated with any existing system. So we don't have to basically club it with the R device only. So that can generate some early revenue, early tractions for us. So when the software model will be validated, we can deploy it with the hospitals. So that can provide us the subscription model or licensing model. So that will generate revenue for us.
Okay.
And the comprehensive device, because it required a long time, so in that scenario, we can do it later.
Greetings from Ipsita Innovations. Our vision is to make ultrasound accessible to inaccessible regions of the country. So if you look at the global data, one movement dies for every 2 minutes due to preventable causes during pregnancy. And if you look at the Indian data, only 24% of the Indian women undergo at least one ultrasound scan in their entire pregnancy cycle, whereas the recommendation is 4 to 5. Thereby, India is having the highest number of birth defects. And 60% of these birth defects can be detected and managed prenatally with ultrasound. So not only with the pregnancy and birth defects, 80% of all the cancer cases can be screened early with the ultrasound. And this increases a 5-year survival rate from 20 to 90%. And not only the cancer and 2D echo scans, and even in case of road traffic accidents, traumas, ultrasound increases the time to diagnosis by 50%, thereby saving the golden hour. And not only the diagnosis, 27% of all the clinical cases like interventional radiology as well require ultrasound as a basic imaging modality. So if you look at the barriers of ultrasound, there are 20,000 practicing radiologists in the country, but only 13% of them are in the rural, are in the urban areas. What happened to the 66% of the rural population? On an average, Indian patients has to travel 45 kilometers to get the ultrasound scan done. The parity increases if you move from southern part to northeastern parts of the country. So all this is because of the requirement of physical presence of radiologists for the ultrasound. If you look at the other modalities like CT or MRI, X-ray, we don't need any physical presence and radiologist can give a tele diagnosis. So we are solving the need for a technology which enables radiologists to perform ultrasound without being physically present on site and also retaining the habit and feel how they are doing the scans. So if you look at the solution, there is a doctor station, somewhere he is sitting in Hyderabad and the patient somewhere in any rural town like Karimnagar or Nizamabad within Telangana, and doctor will be able to control the ultrasound probe with the help of a robotic arm, and the same image will be relayed back in a real time with low latency and with a secure network layer. On the doctor side, there is a haptic curve pad which gives a unique touch feel to the doctor, and he will be able to do the basic ultrasound motions, and there are 2 displays for audio video feed as well as ultrasound feed. So on the patient, there is a 7-DOF robotic system placed, robot system which does rocking, tilting and rotation motions. The novelty in this 3-link manipulator is it doesn't change the plane of contact, which is a crucial requirement for ultrasound, and it is attached to a XYZ positioning system, and it is responsible for motion of from one place to other. So the network required for this scan is 3 Mbps upload and download, whereas our recommendation is 10 Mbps, and with the help of broadband we experienced a latency of 130 milliseconds, and with 5G it's around 80 milliseconds. So our IP, our product can reach from thorax, pelvic, abdomen to varicose veins regions. True from head to toe control we have, and it can do additionally 2D echo scans as well, and it can do the lateral side scans as well for pregnant women and obese patients. So I'll quickly take you through the market size as well as the business model. So for today we are looking at tele-operated ultrasound scans, but our vision is to automate the ultrasound scans. We'll deploy these to the rural centers, we'll collect the data, we'll do the automation from organ to organ such as liver cirrhosis or 2D echo scans, and we'll do predictive diagnosis as well with the robotic systems. And if you look at the market size, the ultrasound service market in India itself is around 8,800 crores. And if you look at the targeted population with the towns with less than 60k population, the market is around 1,096 crores, and the SOM will be around 700 crores. So we have 3 different business models. One is the FOCO model, franchise owned company operated model. For a small scale diagnostic center, you bring in 50 lakhs and a space. We will give the entire radiology support as well as robotic support. And
so does this unit require a remote control system and all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that also ready?
Yes, ma'am. The doctor side is also ready. So we are at the MVP stage and we are yet to go for safety certifications.
MVP stage. So
Yes.
it's not in the market yet.
Not, ma'am. We are in the pre-compliance stage.
Okay, what are the challenges you're facing? Because this looks, I know portable is a selling point, but there are various components to it, right? So what are the challenges you're facing to get the whole thing in place?
So the technical challenges we were facing was the embedded latencies, which we have already solved. So the technical part is sorted now. Challenges in the sense it's a regular part to go for the safety certifications. We are in that phase now, and the challenges with the latency also, which were already covered.
Okay. So what is the cost price
So the robotic
advantage?
system will cost around 12 lakhs selling price, and it is bundled with the ultrasound machine, which is a OEM, which will be around 10 lakhs. So the selling price would be between 20 to 22 lakhs.
How is this in comparison to the traditional ultrasound setup?
So the basic difference between traditional ultrasound and this is, on an average, the radiologist price per month is 3 lakhs in the city. If you look at the rural setup, it's 3x. So rural hospital should pay 3x the price which they are getting in the city to attract the radiologists to their centers. But here, the capital cost is increased by 12 lakhs, but still there is no recurring cost. We'll be paying only per scan basis, and diagnostic center need not hire a full-time radiologist, and they'll be doing on a paper scan model.
So you're positioning more from the radiologist costing point of view in comparison to the technology.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, hello all, great evening. So we are from Caldera Health Technologies, where we are a company which is focused to develop an ecosystem for developing in-clinic procedures. So we are a team of people who are engineers and doctors. We have started working on this because our co-founder Arisharan, who is trying to figure out the slides part there, has a problem of nasal congestion, right? So here people, if I just have to have rise of hands who struggle with breathing, right? You've seen your relatives, your family members, people who are struggling with able to breathe normally through their nose, right? So that's what we are trying to solve, and that's a particular condition called as deviated nasal septum, where there are studies which indicates that it's one of the primary reasons which causes a lot of problems like sinusitis, sleep apnea, and all the things like fatigue and even nasal blockage. Next. So what it is? Basically, it's very simple. We have a septum which separates our nostrils. If it is deviated to either one side, it significantly obstructs the nasal passage, which in turn can able to manifest a lot of anatomical deformations, and that's where you see people getting obstruction for 10 years, but they can't take it anymore, so they go for a surgery. So that's where it generally happens in this condition. Next. So what are we trying to do here, right? So when we started talking about this to ENT clinics, what we started to really understand is there is a large set of people who needs to have a septal correction is not going for the procedure. So that is what our target opportunity is, and that in India itself, it's huge. About 1.2 crore people in India would want to go for septal correction, but only 4.5 lakhs are going, which is 1 out of 60 is only happening, where the 59 is our target opportunity that we are going after. And there is a pipeline of trend which we see also, where we take all home remedies, we use nasal decongestants, we use medications, and at the end we go to an ENT guy. And even he says the moment that you want to get into a surgery, we'll ask our relatives who gone through the procedure and we say, I'm not going to do it. I'll probably die with this medication but not go for a surgery. But why? Next. So in nasal, the surgical procedures, there are two major factors. One is the nasal packing, where your nose will be completely stuffed for 2 days and they will forcefully pull it out, where there will be a lot of blood coming out, and this is a very painful process. So for those reasons, they stick to medical management. And at this point, we understand there was a need to empower these doctors to help it treat better. So what do we do? Next. So we have a patented medical device called as Swasam. So this is a non-surgical treatment option which can be performed within the clinic, doesn't require an operation theatre. So the doctors now can able to treat the more patients, the 59 out of them which are not taking the procedure. And for the patients, it's going to give them a long-term relief. He's not going to use any more medications. And now it's also going to be painless for the procedure. And we envision a procedure where he can just walk out of the clinic and resume his day-to-day activities. Next. So this is a here quick demonstration of how our product works. So basically the doctor will have an endoscopic examination to understand the septal deviation, and they apply a local anesthesia, and he'll insert a balloon unit which in the septum is deviated, and he'll inflate it so that it pushes to the center, and then he'll insert the other balloon unit, and then he'll hold it for 15 to 20 minutes, and he'll apply a EMR, and you'll able to reshape the septal cartilage. So how do we do it is that we harness a science called electromechanical reshaping, which can able to reshape cartilages with minimum electric potential and mechanical stimulation. Next. So we have one global competitor called as Vivare, which uses a radio frequency technology to do the same sort of an effort we are trying to achieve. But we are differentiating by becoming even a lesser temperature procedure, which will even reduce the level of tissue damage that has been caused. Next. So we are a B2B business model where our focus is on clearly ENT hospitals and ENT clinics. And we have a one-time sale of a Swasam device and a recurring sale for every procedure. They have to use our balloon unit. Next. So we have three pricing models. One is the rental model where the ENT clinics can procure our medical device at a rent of rupees 1 lakh. And on top of it, for every procedure, they would pay 15,000 for the balloon unit. And for the hospitals where they generally have quite a amount of volume, they will say that they'll procure 100 units, which cost about 15 lakhs per year for 3 years, and we'll give them the medical device for free. And we just have a one-time purchase model just to show them that we have a device which is worth of 5 lakhs. So, but our focus is going to be the pricing model and subscription and as well as the one-time sale. Next. So we're starting with India, the largest population of the world, where about 4,700 odd ENT clinics and hospitals are available. Our focus is to get to the 724 of them so that we can get to 100 crore ARR, and we want to achieve that in 4 years post our regulatory approval. Next. So this has been our journey. We started on December 2022. Onward, we were able to develop our own control unit. We were able to establish our safety, and we were able to also complete our MVP design. But right now, we are at a stage to do our MVP product development. We'll be completing in next 2 months. And onward, we wanted to secure the test license and want to get it to a level of human trials, where we are looking for partnerships with organizations like Cipla and other pharmaceutical companies and also medical device companies to become a strategic partner. Sure, sir. Next. So, we have been recognized by the ecosystem. We have filed a patent and one is in process. We also have received letter of intents from leading medical institutions like AIIMS Guwahati, Patna and Guwahati, and also we are the winners of NBEC 2022. Next. So, our ask is for 1.6 crores, which will primarily help us to accelerate our process towards getting to a human trial testing in AIIMS Jodhpur, where already our clinical advisor, Dr. Amit Goyal, is available for us. So, we wanted to harness that partnership to do it, and we were able to take to the next level. Thank you. So, as a last part, so as a company, we don't want to stick to one product, right? We identified that in nasal congestion is not an area where a lot of solutions are available. So, we want to become the next Medfin or the next Practo for nasal congestions, where our focus is going to be narrower. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Couple of questions. One is, so you mentioned you're at MVP June 24.
Right.
So where exactly are you with the product readiness?
So basically, we are now trying to do the animal model trials with our things. So we have completed all the lab validations right now.
Okay.
So we had the balloon unit now in fabrication. So we want to test that out with the animal model to generate.
You've not yet started.
The animal model has not started yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So because we started about 1.5 years back. So we are in the process of now getting to it. But the funds is already available for that. We are primarily raising it for the test license and the human trial testing.
And you mentioned you have some LOIs, right?
Right.
Okay. From Hyderabad or?
So primarily we focused on getting some from private ENT clinics, private hospitals, and primarily we received a lot of interest from the government setting, because for them the surgery is costing about 3-4 hours of time, and also there are inflations are coming for them. So if this procedure can be integrated, they see that it's a very quick solution for them to offer. So we have got a traction from their part of it.
And you mentioned in one of the slides a revenue of 13 lakhs 80,000 something. What was that? Since you're pre-rev right now, what was that amount?
13 lakhs.
There was a revenue figure that you'd mentioned. What was that?
So basically, we have 3 pricing models. One is a subscription model.
No, not that. There was a slide before that where you'd mentioned a revenue number.
Okay. So in India, we are starting now here, and we have about 4,700 odd hospitals.
Okay.
We want to acquire 724 ENT such hospitals. If we acquire them,
that was your projection.
That was our projection. So that's what we wanted to get into.
Interesting.
And we start with India, and we want to eventually get into the US and Europe. But we feel that here, since our sort of medical is aligned, we want to do it in India first.
Got it. And I think just one quick, question also around the device itself. How are you controlling the pressure? So you've mentioned that, the doctor inserts it, and how do you control that? I didn't see anything about that. And also how much expertise is required to administer this? Is it a doctor level thing? Is it a nurse? Is it a, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked that question. So there are products already available for different use cases for epistaxis of the nose, which uses a similar balloon, which is a mechanically operated balloon. There is no electronics involved in it. So the doctor along with his assistant will be able to apply that necessary pressure. So that device is already there. We are not reinventing the whole thing. The unique IP that we are trying to do is that we are combining it with a small electric potential so that the cartilage can be reshaped. So that's what our IP is.
Interesting. And again, a doctor needs to do this. It's not something that other people can be trained with.
Yeah,
Right?
the ENT doctor has to be doing it. Under his supervision, it has to happen.
And there's constant feedback to understand how much pressure he's applying, what that's doing to the septum. There's continuous feedback, right?
Yeah, we
So
wanted
the
to
chances
integrate
of
those
this
sensors.
going like the other way, what are the chances of this going the other way?
The chances of this going other way in terms of the damage it's probably going to cause.
Yeah.
So the epistaxis balloon, I think they have a safety limit already fixed. So it will not go beyond that. And for our septal corrections, we are not applying like the pressure which will basically cause any nerve damage also. It's under that pressure. So we are not going to harm the patient at any cost. But as you said, we have a system which will be able to measure the
Like a
pressure
fail-safe. Got it.
outside the distal
Sure. Thank you.
I'll keep it very quick. Two quick questions. One, just an extension of what Vaishali asked. Do you foresee a certain level of training being imparted to the ENT surgeon before they can actually use your device? Yes. Second, in terms of the lifetime of the procedure, the correction,
right?
Have you done any internal bench level validation study to identify that there won't be any reoccurrence of the deviation post surgery?
Right. So in terms of the training part of it, there is going to be a level of training required for the ENT doctor to get familiarized with it. But as I told you earlier that we are not trying to give them a new treatment procedure. They already use epistaxis balloon. We just going to give them the other modality of these electrical potentials and how to control them. So we'll provide them a console. And since we have AIMS Jodhpur on board, we're going to conduct these workshops and awareness programs to these doctors and we'll be able to take it better. So that's where we said we need 4 years to get to a level of 724 because it happens very slowly every year.
And you mentioned that you would be conducting animal study.
Right.
Do you think you can bypass it and maybe do it on a cadaver?
Right, but the thing is, yeah, again, as you said, by doing a cadaveric testing, we might not able to get the safety studies because it's a dead tissue already. So we cannot able to get the safety and also, as you said, the relapse rate, like if the cartilage is going to come back or not. Yeah.
Yeah, Renuka, please. Sorry.
Hi, very good presentation. I think you covered very all the valid points. One question I have is regarding that swashing process itself. So, is that process patented? Can that be replicated? And what's the entry barrier here for someone to do what you're doing?
They basically cannot use the technology of electric current to reshape the cartilage. So that is the technology that is patented. A process of treating a patient cannot be patented in India, but in US it can be possible.
Okay.
So in US it can be possible to replicate.
US they have like a couple of patents which are patented the procedure, but our core IP is that we don't want to do the procedure. We want to give it a device which a doctor can use it to sell it. So our IP is in the construction of the device, how uniquely we were able to reduce the tissue damage. So we were able to work with the electronics part of it, how the electrodes arrangements work. We were able to identify there's an optimized way of doing that, and that's where our IP is.
Okay, and you have secured the patent on that.
We have applied for a full patent specification and we'll be having it maybe in a month or so.
What is your pricing model and how is it beneficial for the patient in comparison to the other models?
I'm glad. So basically, right now, if you look at in India, the septoplasty starts anywhere about 30,000 and it goes up to 1 lakh. There's a range in the cost of it. But if you look at the lower margin of the cost, the doctors only get 6,000, 20% as his surgeon fee. But in our procedure, the only cost that you probably have to pay is the balloon part of it, which is 15,000. So with our procedure, you'll earn more, but ours is a premium solution. So we are starting with this model of calculation, but if it ends up that our clinical results are so good and we'll be a premium to a conventional procedure, then our pricing even can go higher because the patient will be willing to pay more because there's no recovery or any harm involved. So we are waiting for the whole clinical validation to get done so that we can be concrete on that part.
My name is Praveen. I'm the founder and CEO of Neuronics Lab. At Neuronix, we are building 10 minutes diagnostic delivery platform. So I graduated from IIT Delhi in mathematics and computing, and I always had the inclination to do something in healthcare. And that is wherein I joined Stanford India Biodesign to understand healthcare. And that is wherein I met my co-founder, as well as I have advisors from AIMS and IIT Delhi. So having said that, so we roughly came across more than 300 problems that we identified in the clinical immersion that we had. So out of all those problems, diagnostic was one such area where we realized we actually can do something through technology. And so given the fact that there's a lot of people and processes involved today in even the most basic test, which is called the CBC, complete blood count. So next slide, please. So there's right from the collection of the blood, which is which you require a phlebotomist. Then you basically require a lab technician. Then you require a lab clinician, right? And it cannot happen in a primary setting. And this is one of the most fundamental tests that is being used across your healthcare system. So we thought if we can actually challenge that and bring down to a system in which you can actually do your test just like you do your blood sugar, right? Prick your finger, get the sample done in your small kit, and then it processes it less than 10 minutes. And that is what we have built at Neuronix. And it takes less than 10 minutes, which otherwise takes you at least in tier 2 and tier 3 cities as you go around. It will take you more than 24 hours for the same test. So the 4 fundamental technology to which we have basically, rather than venous blood, you can actually do it on a finger prick, is that we have a precision robotic system. Then you have a microfluidic cartridge. Then you have multispectral imaging that we do. And on top of it, we use AI. So we have, for the first time, what we have done is that we have actually separated the hardware and the software part of it, which essentially means that today, if we are able to do CBC, the same platform can essentially be scaled to malaria, filaria, thalassemia, leukemia. And the underlying principle behind that is that anything which has to do with your morphology, cell structure can essentially be done on the same device. All you need is to change your cartridge. And I have kept some of the use cases, but this particular use cases can be also scaled to animal diagnostics, to your IVF, say sperm analysis, and n number of other things in which morphology plays an important role. So one of the important aspect of this particular technology is that it's visual based. Just like you in your radiology, you get a film, right? You get an X-ray film so that the doctor can get it. But in blood, you just get numbers. You never get a visual evidence. In our case, what we are saying is that if we are able to give you, say if we are giving a nucleated RBC positive, we can actually give you images of that. So on the market side, we have a huge market for the CBC, just for the CBC alone, and roughly around $1 billion of market is what we are basically is the serviceable operatable market. Next slide, please. So on the revenue model side, this will be a kit-based, so razor blade model in which we will charge for the per cartridge, and the device will go either as a one-time cost or as a rental model. So so on the unit economic side, the BOM of the device costs us 3 lakh rupees, and the kit is roughly costing us 10 rupees. So if you actually just do 20 tests per day at one particular center, which is on a very lower side, if you actually look at the number of tests CBC is being done, so the cost of the entire machine can be covered in 6 months. So our idea is so to install it at 10,000 centers in next 5 years, and for which we can expect revenue between 700 to 800 CR. Our global competitive landscape, if you actually look at, there are very limited players who are actually doing something in the point of care CBC. One, which is in Israel, SiteDX, who has already got the FDA. There are other couple of companies who are not exactly into the CBC, but into the peripheral, which is the 10 to 20% of the segment, wherein the visual analysis of the smear are done. So what we are basically saying is that we are playing at a point wherein we are reducing the complexity as well as bringing the cost down. Yeah. So we have already got our IP covered. We have one patent granted. We have already done one scientific study, academic study at AIIMS Delhi done. So we have already got the test license received. We are now in a process to get our manufacturing license. We are already in talks with some of the bigger distributors. So we were awarded some grants. Next slide, please. So we were Tech 30 startup in 2022. We are supported by AIC CCMB. We are supported by AIIMS, IIT Delhi, and Venture Center Pune. We last raised at a 4.25 CR at a valuation of 36 CR pre-money. We just closed our another bridge round of 4 CR to commercialize this particular technology. What we are basically looking forward is, I think there was one slide next to this. Yeah. No, next. You can just skip this. Yeah. So the idea was the money that we have built a team. So we are currently raising 3 CR because we spent 10,000 on the flight. So we thought we'll close this particular round with additional some funds. So this particular 3 CR will go into 100 installation once we have our commercialization, the factory license comes in, which will happen in after July. So thank you. Any other questions? Happy to answer.
Currently in the market, it costs roughly around 120 rupees, the CPP test.
Yeah.
Are you saying that somebody will pay 100 cartridge plus some money for the hospital to make some money out of it?
So if you actually look at it, the cost to the lab is roughly between 30 to 40 rupees today. And that is just the cost of the reagent. Then extra cost, you have phlebotomist, your lab technician, and then lab clinician. That is an additional cost. And of course, the licensing part that goes, you cannot have a CBC machine at any facility without taking a license. What we are basically building is you do not have to take a license for that. So the cost to the patient comes anywhere between 250 rupees to maybe 600, 700 rupees.
Second point is on the same platform, I'm interested in knowing what are the things in pipeline to build more models other than CBP.
So currently, we are in talks with some of the institutes who are dealing with malaria, some of the institutes who are dealing with filaria, and that after that, we also would like to go into more of like say thalassemia or leukemia based testing, which is basically done on the morphology based.
Okay, thank you.
So one is, why are you thinking of manufacturing these units, and why aren't you like subcontracting or contracting it?
Currently, we would like to, at least for say first few 100 devices, we would like to do an assembly, and post that, because there is a lot of optimization that we believe when we actually do it in-house, there's a lot of processes that can be optimized. And that is what we intend to do in first few 100 devices. We want to optimize the entire process and then do maybe a contract manufacturing.
So what's the BOM cost today?
3 lakh rupees.
3 lakh. Okay. So let's say I am a diagnostic center. I'm taking your device just for CBC or CBP, right? But I'm doing other tests through whatever mechanisms I'm doing. So what's the advantage that I get?
So if you actually look at the entire market, so we have 1 lakh diagnostic centers, out of which you have 5,000 NABL, and basically someone who has in-house testing units and devices. Most of them are collection centers, but all of them aspire to at least do some of the testings themselves.
But that's what you're assuming, that I'll do only CBP as a patient, and hence the requirement.
Right. So as I said, CBC is one of the most primary tests. And apart from that, anything that you do, you can actually outsource that to AD. At least for now, you can actually send samples just like you do today. But the idea here is that at any center, which does have say 3-part differential, because so even in CBC, you have 3 kind of machines. One is 3-part, 5-part, and 7-part. We are giving you 7-part analysis at a cost of 3-part analysis, right? So yeah.
And finally, what is the efficacy numbers?
So currently, out of 19 parameters that we would like to go for the entire CBC, 10 parameters have already been done. for internal validation that we have completed, and it is 10% of deviation, which is by far WHO standard. It's okay. Because if you have a hemoglobin of say 10 and if you are basically reading 10.5 or something like that, it should be okay.
Thanks.
Quick question. What sort of regulatory approvals do you have? Do you have any regulatory approvals?
Just like any medical device, you require basically, so what we have done is we have got the test license. And after that, we basically will, as we go along with AIIMS Delhi and AIIMS Jodhpur, we will do our clinical trials. The academic study has been done, but post test license, the study has to be completed. Internal validation, we have done more than 1,000 samples till now. Yeah.
And also, do you have, is it a digital pathology that you're doing, or is it like a manual?
No, everything. So it's basically a small point of care device, which has a kit in which the blood goes and it basically digitizes your sample, and then you actually build analysis on top of it. So it kind of digitizes all your cell lines.
So you'll have a cloud connectivity for a central collection center where they would
currently doing it say on cloud, but the same model can be scaled to put it down on the device itself. So everything will be edge computed. It will not have to go back to the cloud and then do
what's the time to market that you have? Like,
so we are looking forward to commercialize as soon as July this month. In coming 2 to 3 months.
With the regulatory approvals in the time, like the CDSCO and all those. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any manufacturing unit right now?
Manufacturing unit. So we have established in Gurgaon itself.
Okay.
So we can actually do 1 unit per day at our center, the current setup that we have today.
You said your ask is for 3 crore with 100 installations, right?
Yes.
Can you just elaborate about what are those 100 installations? What do you mean by that?
Can you please repeat?
You said 3 crore with 100 installations.
Yeah.
What are those 100 installations? What do you mean?
So basically what we're saying is that for 100 installations, for manufacturing 100 machines, given the BOM is 3 lakh rupees today,
Okay.
so you need a working capital of 3 CR in order to go forward with.
So it's more like a working capital.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that your BOM currently is 3 lakhs. At scale, how much could you reduce it to?
We are very ambitious. We are looking forward to bring that below 50,000, but
Below
we are
50,000.
not promising it yet. But
At what
essentially,
scale, what would that number be?
anywhere between above 1,000, we would be able to bring that cost to less than 50,000 rupees.
Interesting.
There's a lot of engineering that is already ongoing to actually bring, because the last time I spoke to Aditi, our cost was 10 lakh BOM roughly, which we have already reduced to 3 lakh rupees. And now we are basically pushing forward to bring the BOM to further 50,000, because as we understand, it's a volume game. Because one Trans Asia has roughly 10,000 installation of 3-part differential in the market, roughly doing 600 CR of revenue. What I believe is given the kind of solution that we are building, it can easily replace such kind of systems which are say 3-part or 5-part, given that one, it will be cost friendly, and second, you do not require any expertise in basically operating those devices.
Right. And you mentioned, of course, this is all visual, right? So what's your lens quality like?
So,
and in comparison to the competitors?
So one, basically you can visually see and differentiate the cells, the granularity, the cellular structure.
But give me
and
the number.
nucleus.
Give me the number.
I'm really sorry. So that is something that we have basically with our own manufacturer. We are basically working on that particular.
Where are you right now? Where are you right now?
We are based in Gurgaon.
No, I meant where are you right now with the image quality of the lens and the stage of the project, the product.
Yeah.
readiness?
So in our product, with the lens that is going, that is built sort of with our sort of expertise, and with manufacturers' in-house capability of what they can actually build. We are not using standard objectives which are in the market. And for that reason, we have actually reduced the cost of 10 lakh to 3 lakh, because एक जो objective जो Olympus का आता है with high achromatic with all the aberrations, so it costs you 1.25 lakh.
Quick answers, please.
Yeah. And what's the product readiness like? Is it
so by July we should be able to commercialize.
This July, 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
The 3 crore that you're raising, are you raising at the last valuation of 40 or?
So you are asking about the valuation?
Yes.
So we raised last at 36 CR pre-money. We just closed at 70 CR pre-money. And we are open to, at the same valuation or maybe more, if you could.
Okay. And in terms of milestone achievement, what exactly do you plan to achieve once the 100 installations are done?
Post 100 installation. So our idea is to mainly think about, say, 1,000 installation, right? And for that, we would require again some capital to scale it, and that is wherein there are VCs who are interested, who would like to take this. Come along with us to take it from 100 to say 1,000 or 5,000. So the idea is mainly once we do that 100, one, we will establish the entire product line. The second, you understand which are the areas wherein this particular solution is actually accepted well.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Saeed from Unbound Biotech. So we are a next generation qPCR technology company. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a boom in PCR infrastructure across the world, and that proved to be the golden standard of testing. But PCR still has a detection limit. As we could see during COVID, patients weren't being detected early enough during the onset of symptoms, or at the back end of their symptoms, they weren't probably being detected closely enough. So RT-PCR, though still the golden standard, still has a sensitivity gap to be bridged. So the current gold standard of PCR detection, TACMAN and other methods, basically has so any attempts to improve sensitivity leads to a drop in specificity. This is due to non-specific signal or noise. So our technology platform aims to reduce non-specific signal. This simultaneously increases specificity and sensitivity by improving the detection window and by improving the dynamic range. So next slide, please. So PCR usually has 3 components. So the oligonucleotides or the probes and the primers is the secret sauce of our technology. The labeled ones and they are currently being made locally successfully. DNTPs and TAC and enzymes, that is the building blocks, and the enzymes will be made locally further later on. Currently, we felt the need. We felt the need to be because of really bad last mile logistics. We were forced to basically kind of start making this component in India itself. Currently, nobody makes this particular kind of oligos in India. Next. So we undertook a clinical sample study of 70 samples in a local government hospital here in Hyderabad. And as you can see, we were able to achieve 1500 plus basis points jumps in sensitivity, which we were basically using both the assays. I might mention TACMAN, Libra is what we call our assay. Both were made locally so as to basically to not bias the comparison, but then we were still able to detect 5 more positive samples than the current gold standard, and we were actually able to detect 8 more positive samples than what the current hospital PCR setup is. This is again done using all India made reagents. Go ahead, next slide, please. So the opportunity is basically PCR has multiple applications. The big applications, obviously molecular diagnostics, and with an increased focus on infectious disease diagnostics on diseases like hepatitis B, C, HB, TB, HIV, HPV. As you can see, molecular diagnostics is the most regulated industry, while forensics, agriculture, food safety are semi-regulated industries. While drug development, contract research, environment, and clinical studies are non-regulated industries with PCR applications. Next slide, please. So where our market positioning for this is going to be is we plan to price, though our technology differentiation is higher than what the current gold standard of Roche and Thermo Fisher, we will be pricing ourselves below Thermo Fisher or Roche and between QIAGEN. But then higher than what probably like a local manufacturer is. Our technology can also be extended to dPCR. And similarly, we will be able to offer a lower price than dPCR just because of the higher dynamic range and the sensitivity of there. What's our value proposition? Our value proposition is for any PCR assay across any application, we will be the next generation best in class applications. your more accurate diagnosis, your more accurate clinical outcomes. As you said, because it's a more sensitive technology, we will be able to enable early detection of disease. And more importantly, across workflows, there won't be any change in the technician's workflow, be it in the hospital, diagnostics chains, or any setup. Next slide. So we have IP filed already in US, Europe, and Japan. National filing, which is completed 3 months back. PCT has been filed. We are filing the next patent right now. The global PCR market for reagents is around a 9 billion market. The US PCR market is around 3.6 billion. And with the concentration of clinical diagnosis is a $4 billion worldwide market. Clinical samples validation studies, and where we have our MVP for hepatitis B already ready, and you can see the efficacy results. What our next plan for go-to-market is basically to launch products in the unregulated space, then apply for regulatory clearances in the clinical space, and then launch them, and then eventually, if we have more and more traction, then go launch in newer markets. Our team, basically, I'm from a Bitspilani graduate with a background in marketing and analytics, early employee Swiggy. I work with my father. He is one of the with almost 3+ decades of experience in the PCR field. He also has a patent in the field, has developed assays, has developed reagents, all the multiple raw materials, and so on. So we are the recipient of the 50 lakh BIG grant. The IP and the proof of concepts have been self-born. And we are currently, because we are still pre-revenue, we are looking forward to most connects and all, and obviously looking forward to more questions.
Basic one, how much are you raising right now?
We are still figuring that out. I was just saying, okay. but we're happy to connect most with people.
Sure.
Because the thing is, again, depends on the traction, how many of basically how much you want to do of the next milestone. We have our MVP ready. So it's a platform technology, and it's not necessarily products, standalone products itself. But the idea is that we basically start off with the non-regulated products in contract research and drug development, which don't require any regulatory clearances, get some traction. And once we have our first 1 or 2 paying customers interested, then we come back to larger, more and more investors and so on.
2 quick questions. One, what is your pricing strategy?
Yeah.
And second, how competitive are you going to be in terms of, the foreign players? We have the PCR platforms available.
Competitive in terms of technology or price?
Price,
as I said, right, we plan to basically, because this is good superior technology, in the fact this is best in the class PCR positioning, we'll be positioning ourselves below Thermo Fisher and Ross, which are the gold standard companies in this field, and slightly above a company, QIAGEN, which also has a fairly large market share. So that's where we're going to be. We set up in around October 2022. We picked up the BIRAC BIG grant in August 22. We've been incubated in Atal Incubation Center for over a year.
Where are you with the product readiness? I didn't see the timelines. I know you mentioned that, you're
the product readiness, as I said, right, we are a technology platform. The technology platform is probably 70-82% there. There's further scope for improvement. Any product development will take, any assays will probably take about 2 months to build out. But that's the average period. And since we're manufacturing capabilities, once we have an assay developed, we should be able to get it out in hardly any time.
So what are you looking at in terms of timelines right now?
Right now is probably in the next 3 to 4 months, we basically get some tractions with the first contract research companies, raise some initial funds, and then basically go ahead and then apply for regulatory clearances for our first 4 products in the clinical space. We already completed hepatitis B, hepatitis C, TB, and HIV.
In terms of your technology, your TACMan competitor, so your enzyme is your secret sauce, right?
No, like the primer and the probe, which you can think of as like a chemical sensor.
So your primers are designed better, or what is it?
Yeah, the primers are designed in a different way.
And then what about the enzyme? The
enzyme and the other building blocks stay the same.
And so you have a patent on that? You file for patents?
Yes, we file patents in there. So the patent is on the oligo design or the primer probe design, the chemical sensor.
So you have to file a patent for every oligo that you're going to design for?
No. This is basically, that's how the current gold standard one is also set up. I was mentioning TACMan, TACPath. They filed the patent about 30 years back about the platform tech. And using this platform tech, you basically keep launching oligos and so on. In particular, in some segments, if you're able to show particularly great efficacy, then the patent opens up.
So are these like room temperature ones, or is it?
This basically are qPCR and dPCR, which is basically your hospitals and diagnostics chains, lab based and so on, generating revenue through the unregulated space, through launching kits in the contract and R&D space.
hope you're not looking at acquisition as your potential exit.
Sorry?
I hope you're not looking at potential acquisition as your exit. And then you're going to...
It's far away. I mean, if that's on the horizon, it's far away. Because the thing is, we've also set up like an Indian supply chain. So, I mean, so that the game we want to probably play in this match is also long term.
Hello everyone, I am Chandra R, co-founder, NGM Solutions Private Limited. Okay, next slide. It is a protein engineering company. We design the proteins for improving properties, for designing protein therapeutics and enzymes. Next. We have a proprietary technology called massive mass spectrometry assisted in vitro evolution technology. By using this technology, we can improve the proteins with improved properties like protein resistance, thermostability, and aggregation, such kind. So, this technology we have developed in my PhD during CCMB. By using this technology, we developed some growth factors with longer half-life. By using these growth factors, we are able to make wound healing products and also serum-free formulations for artificial meat and also stem cell culture. So this is our team. I am Chandra R. I did my MTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD from CCMB. And Dr. Amulya Rao Garu, a co-founder, and we have 4 members team. They have good domain knowledge. Next. Coming to the market, target marketing, mostly our growth factors, we wanted to develop wound healing patches and ointments. It has a big market value, huge market value. According to Grandview Research, it is 26 billion by 2026. In India, it is nearly $1 billion. Different enzymes and growth factors for different purposes. Our main go-to target strategy, our main business plan is B2B and B2C. We will help academics, companies, pharmaceutical companies to solve their protein problems. We got some grants. By using that grant money, we have developed some growth factors and also some improved enzymes. We wanted to give them as a technology transfer, and also we will out-licensing our technology to develop wound healing products. Why? Because this wound healing area is very huge. At least nowadays, since 20 years, everybody are doing same way, like they are using antibiotics and some collagen like substrates for maintaining the moisture. There is no novelties so far. So this technology, by using the growth factor, that will give the novelty to the wound healing products. Where this growth factor is helpful, like in wounds, naturally growth factors are there, but in the wound environment, some proteins are there that degrades the growth factors, that slow up the healing process. But our growth factors are more stable. It can withstand the our body proteases. How much stable it is? Like in this human serum, natural growth factors are degrading in 15 minutes, but our growth factors are stable more than 6 hours. We are able to accumulate nearly 1 crore. We spend that money wisely. We developed all protocols, everything, and also in this 1.5 years after starting our company, we are able to develop 3 products towards the patent filing. So we need 1 crore rupee for next 1 year to take these products into the market. And also in the for the 4 years, we are expecting at least 4 crores, improve our expertise, and also doing some preclinical and clinical studies.
Shankar garu, what is the current stage and ippudu ante ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ఉంది మీ ప్రొడక్ట్?
Current stage means we have a lot of products, projects, mainly in this growth factor area. We made 8 natural growth factors. Among the 8 natural growth factors, we made 3 growth factors are more robust. Okay. Those things we already making some containing wound healing products like transdermal patches. We are in preclinical studies.
So, you need 1 crore, right?
What's it?
You are looking for 1 crore. At any valuation, have you done any valuation in Chesara?
We already did valuation, but yeah, for next 1 year, we need that money to
Develop the
achieve our
product.
goals, sir. Yeah.
Excellent product, it's excellent. And look, sir, you need to understand more about product and other financials.
Who are your target customers?
Our target customers, sir, like see, right now we don't have any experience in the market, so we wanted to make different products like wound healing products. We wanted to sell that technology to the already existing companies. It is related to pharma companies who they are making ointments for wounds.
With this, we ended about 11 presentations, and thanks to all the jury members and investors, angels here. We got a lot of angels today. So now I just want to invite Dr. Madhu. Yeah, so we'll call each one of the jury come investors here so that they can tell about the experience and also the best deals that they're going to announce. So first I'll start with the senior most and also having a different experience in this game, Uday sir. So please come in.
Basically, we focus on healthcare coupled with technology a lot, and we do ourselves some of the innovations and some of the areas we invest. Like we invested in Bionic Arms, which is one of the company which produces Bionic Arms. In fact, they sell it to Ukraine a lot. Ukraine is having war torn, and that's one area. And we also invest in hospital areas. Thank you very much. Okay. And so it's a great thing. Thank you very much for inviting us. We found some exciting things here and we marked them here. I'll not announce anything, no surprise announcements, because we need to go behind the what is presented to us. We'll check it up, and based on that, we'll be choosing some and we'll be taking forward. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for the invite. I think it was great sessions, good pitch. I think you had curated them very well, so they had made the right requests, etc. Coming from a biotech space, I think the pitches were great. So I like that. Some of the startups were interesting, and we'll definitely look at them. Silver Needle is not predominantly focused on biotech, but we would like to get there. So I think we'll look at a couple. As Uday mentioned, I wouldn't name any here. It's obviously a fund that will take its own course, but happy with what we saw today, and I think very enriching. Thanks, Amji.
I'm from Global Innovation Hub and Silver Needle, so most of the points they covered, and some few interesting pitches are there, which we will discuss later. Thank you.
I think all the 11 pitches are wonderful. Everyone is very, all the founders are very vibrant, young, energetic, and I've seen a lot of passion among them. Basically, I run a company called as Finanics Capital. I'm an investment banker. We have super HNIs and ultra HNIs. I manage a portfolio of around 5,000 crore AUM, and we do a lot of debt syndication for mid and large corporates. And we also do a lot of IPO services for mid and large corporates. I have 2 portfolios in my mind. I'll get back to you, Ramji Garu, maybe a week.
Great. Thank you so much. That's a great positive vibes.
So good evening, and I think congratulations to CCMB, because I think very diverse set of portfolio that we saw, and obviously great work happening there. I'm not someone who's actively investing right now, but there are a couple of exciting ones, and my job more as an enabler is to see what can be done to help some of them, and I'll kind of pursue that separately with you, Ramji. So congratulations and
thank you. From Biome, what we do is we partner with exceptional entrepreneurs such as you, and we help build businesses and invest in them. Special congratulations to all the entrepreneurs, because I know how hard it is to communicate biotech to a bunch of people that might not necessarily be biotech investors, and I think everyone put in a lot of effort, so thank you very much.
So it's heartening to see, as a scientist and investor, to see a lot of faces and really see the science evolve over time. So it's really heartening to see, as a scientist, many of you have also turned into entrepreneurs and making commercializable products. So it's really nice to see how the ecosystem has also evolved. And I've known both Ramji and Madhu for a very, very long time.
First of all, I think amazing work being done here. And me coming from a technology background and also working in healthcare space, I understand how relevant some of the work you are doing is. And it's an extremely difficult space as well compared to purely tech-based startups, right? But I think definitely, I'm representing the fund, Silver Needle Ventures, and as Ajay mentioned, we'll definitely see how we want to get into this space in future. Only one feedback I would give to all is that I think being in this space, I think most of the times you pitch for grants or some of the CSR fund money, etc. The way you approach pitching is kind of different when you come to the investors, but because what they see is more from not only the social impact, but how commercially viable, scalable, and I think those are the aspects you look, and ROI, right? I think those are the elements some were missing. I thought I'll share that feedback. It will help you all. And very nice to be here and truly enjoyed listening to all the pitches.
Thank you so much, Ramji, for inviting me here. And as I said, I represent Tempest Law Associates and here to support the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much.
So I really enjoyed the pitches that I did catch. It's always a joy to listen to the startups that CCMB presents. Been part of several before that he's roped me in for. I just want to say I was particularly happy about the last one that came, Enzyme. It was a surprise. And, I was very happy that, he made an effort. He pitched, especially right at the end when, nobody is expecting. He's literally the last entrepreneur between us and food. And he had the confidence to come and pitch. And he was the only one, at least in the pitches I saw, who didn't look at the slides at all. He just spoke. So I really appreciated that. Thank you for making the effort. So I just want to say all the very best. I'm currently representing Sandhya Partners, working with, I'm sure all of you have heard, one of the first early stage VCs which invest in life sciences.
Yes.
Before this, I've been an entrepreneur myself for 10 years, not at all related to healthcare, but deep tech. We were doing extended reality, AR, VR in 2011, donkey's years before it became, so popular. So obviously you can understand how that story went, crashed and burnt, 10 years. And then after that, I actually ended up getting therapy by working in an NGO. So 1 year I worked for social good, tech for impact. And now, of course, trying to, help the ecosystem from my perspective, from my experiences, from my failures, trying to tell startups what not to do, because I have plenty of that experience from this side of the table. So, very happy to see the ecosystem here today. I myself was actually in Hyderabad, and the Hyderabad from 15 years ago is very different from the Hyderabad today. So really, really happy how much progress we've made, that incubators like CCMB exist to help. All of these amazing investors here exist to help startups. The kind of grants that everybody is getting, it's incredible. So, very happy to be here, very happy to support, yes. And, and lovely to connect with all of you. So, thank you for having me here.
Hi everyone, I'm Aditi from Indian Angel Network, and I'm leading a biotech sector focused initiative called BioAngels, which is in partnership with BioLab. So we're trying to angel invest in early stage life sciences startups, and thank you Madhu sir and Ramji for having me here. Some of the startups did really, really well. Clearly stating out their ask, their roadmap, their financial projections, etc. But of course, there is a lot of work which is needed to be done for the remaining startups. And I'm really glad that we could actually have this kind of a mixer event especially for life sciences founders and the investors, because all the events that I've attended in the past, all of them are sector agnostic, and we poor life sciences founders and investors are, trying to find our own niche space. So great job, the whole AICCCMB team. And in terms of couple of suggestions to the founder, it would be great if you as Dr. Renuka mentioned, as an investor, we of course invest in the team. We bet a lot on the founders, but we are also trying to assess the financial growth trajectory of your startup. So it would be great if you could actually couple your financial revenue projections with the company roadmap, and you're able to sell a growth story from your pitch deck. So that's all for tonight. Would be happy to connect.
This is Suril Kocharatji. I'm representing Succeed Ventures. So coming from a biotech research background, so I had a wonderful time looking at the wonderful startups, especially biotech and medtech space. So yeah, thanks for having me. And to end on a lighter note, to all those founders who are looking for a fund, I'm just one call away. You can just have my number and we can just fix a meeting and take this forward. Yeah, thanks.
I call one after the other who please quickly so that Dr. Madhu can hand over the certificates as well. And maybe
good evening. I just want to draw your attention to the bag that we gave you, the image on that. It's an elephant on it. I just want to bring your attention with one of the activities we are doing now, where we are running an ideathon that closes on 30th of this month. We are very serious into wildlife conservation besides what we do. What we want, this ideathon is about bringing technology solutions in wildlife conservation, whether it is AI or some kind of any kind of warning systems and things like that. Whatever people may have, it is in our website, all the details. Anybody who has how to prevent poaching or using acoustic methods to prevent any wildlife crimes, or how to reduce the wildlife, wildfires, or how to maintain digital fences to reduce human-animal conflict. These are the kind of things we put up there. And I'll really request you to spread it among your, group of friends. If they are interested in putting up, it is just an ideathon where we give some money to the best awardees. We have a lot of wildlife conservation people as judges for it. And we really want this kind of activity to go around, because technology has gone up so much and it's important to use these things which is very important in wildlife conservation. We ourselves do a lot, but that is something more on a molecular biology. We try to come up with technologies where we prevent contamination in say for example, Pashmina shawls. Pashmina is a very expensive shawl, and then there's a lot of adulteration. We developed methods to prevent that kind of a thing. So I thought I'll just give you a flavor of things that we do, so that, at least this one, if you can take it forward and ask people to participate, it will be a great help. But having said that, I thank each one of you for taking time and really encouraging us to do what we are doing. And 6 years ago when I started, I was a scientist for 30 years. And I feel very bad. I travel a lot in the world. We have something much deeper and much better. But somehow the process that needs is not very well established in this country. I'm sure you are all aware of it. And then the kind of metrics investors like you would look at life science startups should be different from what you look at other fintech and edtech and other kind of, startups. I really request, in that sense, the runway required for life science startups is a little longer. I'm sure you understand that. And the kind of companies that we have are, I can tell you, from as a professional scientist, they are very good. But at the same time, as you know, some of them are not really, profiled or structured in a way that is more, but that may be more interesting. In that context, I really want you who have a lot of experience in looking at these startups from an investment point of view, we want your help. Whether you call it pro bono, paid, I don't care. but really we want this ecosystem. I feel very bad being in Hyderabad. I'm sure all of you are Hyderabadis in one way or the other. I feel very sad because there is so much of industry, biotech industry in this city, but somehow the ecosystem hasn't developed to support the life science startups in this city. And I can tell you the kind of institute, I think Hyderabad has next to most number of central institutes in the country. And we are the top 5 producers of science knowledge in the world. But we are around 40 in terms of innovation. That is very sad that just because the ecosystem has to still mature in many ways. This is why the only reason why I started the Sathal Incubation Center 6 years ago, to make tech translation much more affordable for the startups. I know there are problems, but at the same time, all of us are here to solve those problems. I request all of you to take a personal interest, not only in our AAC, but there are at least half a dozen incubation centers in life sciences in Hyderabad. I want you to look at all of them and see how much we can support. It's very, very important. And if you don't do it now, we'll be just delaying our success to that much. So I request all of you to look at that, and I thank each one of you again for being with us, spending 3-4 hours of your time and really encouraging all of us, and thank you from my heart.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Yeah, I'm Nagaraj representing Adapt Engineering Tools. We are the channel partners of Regofix India and MA Ford Europe and Trinity Guiding Tools and Iscar India Private Limited. All tools are covered for Indian aerospace and as well as die and mold and other all engineering industries. Various engineering tools. This will be useful for various applications.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Welcome to MyStartupTV. We are here at Index event in High-Tech Exhibition Center. Let's go and meet our exhibitors for today.
We started with the manufacturing of vernier gauges, and from last 40 years we are manufacturing CMM in India, and we are the only one who manufactures the CMM in India, and we have more than 2000 installations in India. Also we export our machines. It has been the 3rd time we are participating in IMTEX, and we expect more crowd to be visiting. Has been a weekend today. It's the 2nd day. What we are demonstrating here is the CMM with a 5-axis probing system, which is a Revo probing system, which is 3 times more faster than the conventional probing systems. And it is using laser technology where you can do the sweep scanning, as you can see on the machine. And also you can measure the surface roughness. With a vision probe you can measure the VMM application. So one machine can do the application of 3 to 4 machines, and it can increase your productivity. Whereas we have came up with a new technology. As you can see, we have non-contact instruments where we have optical scanners, handy scanners, where you can scan up to 4 meters long component, compare with the CAD model, and you can get the real-time deviation. The reports are very intuitive, and you can get the overall behavior of the component. Whereas we have the VMM, and we have developed some software where you can import a PDF drawing. It will auto balloon the drawings, and it will give you the measurement plans. It is quite faster, and you can make the inspection plan in seconds and get the SPC data from the software itself. Hi, my name is Praveen Sirsi. I represent MA Ford Asia Pacific. MA Ford is a USA-based company who is into manufacturing of high-performance cutting tools. So what we have here on display is some of our solid carbide tool range, 4-flute, 5-flutes, multi-fluted end mills. We mainly focus on the heat-resistant alloys for aerospace industries.
Yeah, I'm Nagaraj representing Adapt Engineering Tools. We are the channel partners of Regofix India and MA Ford Europe and Trinity Guiding Tools and Iscar India Private Limited. All tools are covered for Indian aerospace and as well as dye and mold and other all engineering industries. Various engineering tools. This will be useful for various applications.
As 3 in 1, we build product that nurture the nature to enable the nature nurture us. So the product what we have varies from women empowerment, solid waste management and air pollution control. Here we are displaying our product range which is dealing with solid waste management, which includes majorly incinerators and waste to electricity generators. And Himtex is helping us with making right connects who are having concern for our nature and want to build a sustainable future.
Upscale is a workplace management software which is providing 25 plus features like visitor management, payroll, meeting management, claim expenses. All the features we are providing in just ₹5 per day and per employee.
ఫస్ట్ మీ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. సో నేను శివ మహేష్ టంగుటూరు, వన్ ఆఫ్ ద డైరెక్టర్ అండ్ కో-ఫౌండర్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్. ఇది మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్. మేము 2 years బ్యాక్ ఈ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఇండియా స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ లాగా స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. 6 months బిఫోర్ చాలా కంట్రీస్ నుంచి మాకు వస్తున్న ఇన్పుట్ ఏంటంటే ఇండియా స్టార్టప్సే కాదు, బయట నుంచి వచ్చే ఎన్నో స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళు ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్ కోసం చూస్తున్నారు. ఎస్పెషలీ యుఎస్, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, మిడిల్ ఈస్ట్ నుంచి. సో దెన్ వీ డిసైడెడ్ టు రీనేమ్ దిస్ యాజ్ ఎ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్. లాస్ట్ 2 years మేము మా ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ ఈవెంట్స్ బెంగళూరులో చేసాం. వాటి పేరు కూడా ఇండియా స్టార్టప్ ఫెస్టివల్, దిస్ ఇయర్ వి రీనేమ్డ్ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఎ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫెస్టివల్. ఇంతకుముందు జయ చౌదరి గారు చెప్పినట్టు మేము ఈ లీడింగ్ టు దిస్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ మేము కర్టన్ రైజర్ ఈవెంట్స్ లైక్ దిస్ వీ హ్యావ్ డన్ మెనీ, అప్రాక్సిమేట్లీ 6 to 7 చేసాం. పూణేలో చేసాం, న్యూజెర్సీలో చేసినప్పుడు 250+ CXOs, mostly everybody is billionaire company CEOs. They have attended in New Jersey conference. వాళ్ళందరూ అటెండ్ అయ్యి we are going to support 100% for this conference. And most importantly, we started our international startup foundation. అమెరికాలో కూడా రిజిస్టర్ చేస్తాం, నాట్ జస్ట్ ఇండియా. సో ఇండియాతో పాటు ఇప్పుడు అమెరికాలో కూడా ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టార్టప్ ఫౌండేషన్ ఉంది. అక్కడ కూడా మేము ఎవ్రీ కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ చేయబోతున్నాం. బట్ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అనేది ఇక్కడే జరుగుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ 2 years బెంగళూరులో చేసాం, ఇప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్, నెక్స్ట్ గుజరాత్లో అండ్ జమైకాలో చేసాం. జమైకాలో చేసినప్పుడు డిప్యూటీ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ జమైకా హ్యాస్ అటెండెడ్ యాజ్ ఎ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ ఫర్ అవర్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్. అండ్ యూ కెన్ గో టు అవర్ వెబ్సైట్ isfnetwork.org. మీకు అన్నీ క్లియర్గా ఏ కంట్రీ ప్రెసిడెంట్స్, ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ మన కాన్ఫరెన్స్ అటెండ్ అయ్యారు అన్నీ కూడా చూస్తారు మీరు. అదొకటే కాదు, ఇప్పుడు మన ఈ సెప్టెంబర్లో జరిగే కాన్ఫరెన్స్కి చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఈస్ కమింగ్ యాజ్ ఎ చీఫ్ గెస్ట్. అలాంగ్ విత్ దట్ మనకి యూనియన్ ఏవియేషన్ మినిస్టర్ Priya Mohan has confirmed that he is going to be here as the chief guest for one of the plenary sessions. And manaki Chandra R, rural development minister, MOS, tanu kuda confirm chesaru. In fact, మేము ఇలాంటి కర్టన్ రైజరే 31st of this month విజయవాడలో చేస్తున్నాం ఫర్ అంకుర్ యాత్ర. దానికి చంద్రబాబు గారు కర్టన్ రైజర్కి చీఫ్ గెస్ట్గా కూడా వస్తున్నారు. అండ్ వన్ లాస్ట్ థింగ్, అంకుర్ యాత్ర October 1st మాకు KL యూనివర్సిటీలో ఆన్ స్టేజ్ జరుగుతుంది. దానికి పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు, డిప్యూటీ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ది చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ ఫర్ దట్. అదండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ఈ ఐఎస్ఓ ద్వారా చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్, పర్టికులర్ గా అర్లీ స్టేజ్ లో ఉన్న స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఫండింగ్, మార్కెట్ యాక్సెస్, మెంటరింగ్, ఈ 3 చాలా ముఖ్యం. స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇండియాలో సర్వైవ్ కావాలంటే ఆ 3 చాలా చోట్ల దొరకడం లేదు. అందుకని ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఇస్ ఫోకసింగ్ ఓన్లీ ఆన్ దీస్ 3 M's. వన్ ఈజ్ ది మనీ. మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర మంచి ఐడియా ఉంది, ప్రోడక్ట్ ఉంది, కానీ డబ్బులు లేవు. సో వాళ్ళకి ఏ విధంగా ఐఎస్ఎఫ్ ఏంజిల్స్ ద్వారా వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ ది ఫండింగ్. తర్వాత మెంటరింగ్, చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ చేస్తే ఇదేదో సూపర్ డూపర్ సక్సెస్ అని చెప్పేసి రాంగ్ డైరెక్షన్ లో ఆలోచిస్తుంటారు. అక్కడ మెంటరింగ్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. మా దగ్గర దాదాపు 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ మెంటర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. దే ఆర్ ఆల్ మెంటరింగ్ దేమ్ టు దీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్. అంటే ప్రతి శనివారము 8:30 to 9:30 వన్ కంపెనీకి మనం ఆపర్చునిటీ ఇస్తున్నాము. వాళ్ళ ప్రోడక్ట్ ఏంటి, వాళ్ళకి ఏం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఫండింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉందా, మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉందా, అన్ని చెప్పిన తర్వాత 500 మంది గ్లోబల్ లీడర్స్ ఫ్రమ్ USA, యూరోప్, సింగపూర్, ఇండియా, దే ఆల్ పార్టిసిపేట్. వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు అప్పటికప్పుడు అనౌన్స్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, రీసెంట్లీ జస్ట్ అబౌట్ లాస్ట్ సాటర్డే వన్ కంపెనీ ప్రెసెంటెడ్ దే ఆర్ ఇంటూ డిఫెన్స్ కి వాళ్ళు నానో మెటీరియల్స్ ఉపయోగించేసి సూట్స్ సప్లై చేస్తున్నారు, రేడియేషన్ ప్రూఫ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దట్. ఈ వాంటెడ్ 10 crores funding for his startup. So within half an hour, 45 minutes time, 10 crore funding was made available to him. Not only that, we are also connecting to markets, civil market, defense market. So that's where the advantage what ISF is doing. తర్వాత ఈ రోజు అంకుర యాత్ర ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇన్ ది వరల్డ్. ఎందుకు అంకుర యాత్ర అంటే రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో కూడా చాలా మంది మంచి స్టార్ట్అప్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. కానీ వాళ్ళకి ఈ హైదరాబాద్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్, టీఎఫ్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్, తర్వాత టీవర్స్ లాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్ లేదు. తర్వాత ప్రీమియర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కూడా రూరల్ ఏరియాస్ లో లేదు. అందుకని వాళ్ళంతా చాలా బాధపడుతున్నారు. సార్ మేము హైదరాబాద్ రాలేము, బెంగళూరు రాలేము, మా కాస్ట్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి. అందుకని వీళ్ళని ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ ఆల్ దిస్ మెంటర్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ దిస్ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ టు రూరల్ ఏరియా త్రూ అంకుర్ యాత్ర. చాలా మంది ఎన్ఆర్ఐస్ హూ బిలాంగ్ టు ద, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను అనంతపూర్ నుంచి వచ్చాను. చాలా మంది 10-20 మంది అనంతపూర్కి వస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళు అనంతపూర్లో ఏమైనా రూరల్ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలన్నా, అదేవిధంగా లాక్స్ చెప్పూర్ అనే ఖమ్మం నుంచి వచ్చారు. ఆయన ఖమ్మంలో ఆల్రెడీ చాలా జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నాడు. అక్కడ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ కూడా ఆయన ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు ఇన్వెస్ట్ ఇన్ దోస్ స్టార్ట్అప్. అట్లా ప్రతి ఎన్ఆర్ఐ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కానీ మెంటర్స్ కానీ వాళ్ళంతా కూడా వాళ్ళ ఓన్ నేటివ్ ప్లేసెస్కి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ ఏ విధంగా రూరల్ జాబ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయొచ్చు, రూరల్ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయొచ్చు, అది ఒక ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం. ఎందుకు ఈ అంకుర్ యాత్ర ఫస్ట్ టైం మన కంట్రీలో, మన ప్రపంచంలో ఫస్ట్ టైం ఇట్లా డ్రివెన్ బై, మామూలుగా అయితే ఇవన్నీ గవర్నమెంట్ డ్రివెన్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్. ఇది గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం సంబంధం లేదు. అంత కార్పొరేట్స్ ఆర్ దే వాంట్ టు హెల్ప్. They want to help their own native places, their own native villages, see that more jobs are created in those rural areas. అది అంకుర యాత్ర ద్వారా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ లో ఫస్ట్ టైం అక్టోబర్ 1st week లో చేస్తున్నాము. తర్వాత అదే అంకుర యాత్ర తెలంగాణ స్టేట్ లో కూడా డిసెంబర్ లో చేస్తున్నాము. తర్వాత గుజరాత్ స్టేట్ లో నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ కూడా అంకుర యాత్ర. మన దేశంలో మొత్తం ఎక్కడ రూరల్ ఎంటర్ప్రినర్షిప్ ఉందో అక్కడంతా కూడా ISF we want to take this అంకుర యాత్ర to those states. ఈ 3 days సెప్టెంబర్ 26th to 28th 3 days మాకు ఈ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ మన హైదరాబాద్ లో ఉంది. ఈ 3 days కాన్ఫరెన్స్ లో దాదాపు 50,000 మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఆల్రెడీ రిజిస్టర్డ్ ఫర్ ది పిచ్ కాంటెస్ట్. ఆ 50,000 మంది నుంచి మేము 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఫైనల్ గా సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆ 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ 26th డెమో డే కి ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్ కు వస్తారు. ఆ రోజు ఆ 100 స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ని చాలా మంది జ్యూరీ మెంబర్స్ అంతా తీసుకుని ఒక 15 కానీ 20 కానీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేస్తాం ఆ 100 నుంచి. దట్ మీన్స్ 50,000 నుంచి 15 వరకు తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. ఆ 15 మందిని we are trying to get the funding, market access, mentoring, అవన్నీ చేసి we want to see that all those 15 companies selected are going to be super duper success. That's what we have been doing and that's what we are going to do. ISF ముఖ్యంగా కర్ణాటక మనకు అక్కడ స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. బెంగళూరులో స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. బుద్ధనహల్లి అనే చిన్న విలేజ్ లో స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. అక్కడ 2 కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్ చేసాం. ఇది హైదరాబాద్ ఫస్ట్ టైం ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్. ఢిల్లీ, పూణేలో కూడా చేసాము మినీ కాన్ఫరెన్సెస్. సిమిలర్లీ యుఎస్ లో చేసాము. తర్వాత జమైకాలో కూడా ఒక కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేసాము. లండన్ లో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చేసాము. బట్ ఫ్లాగ్షిప్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ చాలా వేల కొద్ది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ అప్లైయింగ్. ఇప్పుడు దాదాపు ఇన్వెస్టెడ్ 70 crores ఫండింగ్ ఆల్రెడీ స్టార్ట్అప్స్ ఫండ్ చేసాము. ఇంకా చాలా మంది స్టార్ట్అప్స్ రిక్వైర్ అవర్ హెల్ప్ ఆన్గోయింగ్ ప్రాసెస్. సెంటర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ వీఆర్ సెట్టింగ్ అప్ ఇన్ టు క్రియేట్ ది రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ మ్యాన్ పవర్. ఈ రోజు స్టార్ట్అప్స్ మ్యాన్ పవర్ లేదు, క్వాలిటీ మ్యాన్ పవర్. అందుకని ఈ తర్వాత చాలా మంది ఈ ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్ లో బీపీఓ పనిచేసే వాళ్ళు ఉండవు. ఆటోమేషన్ లో వాళ్ళందరినీ అక్కడ తీసుకొని రీట్రైన్ దెమ్ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇంజనీరింగ్, ఈ డొమైన్ స్పెసిఫిక్ చేసి సో దే గెట్ అనదర్ జాబ్ ఆర్ దే themselves can become a startup. అది డిఫెన్స్ సిటీలో ఫస్ట్ టైం we are going to establish this things. Okay.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV. Bharat is hosting a 2-day international conference at T-Hub in Hyderabad, aiming to bridge ancient Indian knowledge with modern science to inspire budding researchers, scientific organizations, startups and youth. In an exclusive interview with MyStartupTV, the organizing committee shared insights into the event, its mission, and the benefits it offers. Listen in.
Icon Bharat, one of the prime events of Sri being organized as a part of Silver Jubilee celebrations.
The theme of the conference is honoring heritage and inspiring innovations.
This Icon Bharat, we are aiming how to hand over this knowledge to next generations.
When it comes to Icon Bharat, it is really a great opportunity for young inventors and young researchers and the people who want to know our Indian heritage and the greatness of our Indian technology, indigenous technology.
The conference is being inaugurated by Sri Honorable Minister Kishan Reddy Garu, who is Minister for Coal and Mines, and also guest of honor Sri Sridhar Babu Garu, who is Minister for IT, Telangana.
This has got a series of events like technical sessions, poster sessions, interactive sessions.
Around 30 speakers are going to participate from 5 different countries, and around 300 delegates are going to participate from IITs and some research laboratories.
Several startups, young startup companies that are going to attend this event. There will be also a good analysis of where the startup companies could deal and bridge the gap and become more prominent and ultimately become unicorns in course of time by borrowing the Vedic knowledge. That is the essential element, idea of this particular startup event.
31st August and 1st September, the Institute is going to celebrate the international conference. So that main aim is to focus and bring together various scientific people in this line.
The need of the day is the bridging gap between these two mainstreams of the science and technology. That is Sanatana and modern. That is ancient and modern. So for this, we are inviting representatives from academia, R&D and industry.
So that India can become again a knowledge center in the global setup.
We assume this conference will open a new avenues to the scientific field and ancient scholars as well as young generation.
Please do participate, either register or non-register. Please do come and listen to know what India has done, what is the heritage past of the India and the science.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.